Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me this morning, PPI morning, in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Joining us on the big screen is our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli. Good morning, Shai. You guys are looking sharp this morning.
Yeah, we're feeling good. We're looking good, feeling good. It was in a movie, wasn't it? Looking good, feeling good, Mortimer?
I don't.
Or no, that was, I'll think of it again. I know it's Trading Places, everybody. Don't hit me up on that. So, PPI this morning, we know that's going to come out. Quiet overnight. Not really a ton going on coming in this morning. I'll go over the tape here in just a minute. But any news hitting the market overnight, Shai?
Yeah, I mean, mostly everybody is talking about this meeting with Putin and Trump tomorrow. It will be pivotal for commodities in particular, because if that meeting doesn't go well, then they're talking about putting extra sanctions on Russia, particularly in crude oil, but some other materials as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. That seems to be what everybody is talking about today. What also is interesting, we've got 2-year yields on the verge of the lowest since May. Actually, all of the yields are kind of falling this morning as people are anticipating, or traders are anticipating, that we are definitely going to get a rate cut in September. It's almost 100% priced in. And we talked about this yesterday, and we have 3 in total this year starting to price themselves into the market. So we'll see what happens with that. PPI will be important this morning just because it's another gauge of inflation, although obviously not as important as CPI. But the Fed does look at it. What was also interesting is that, we had Carly Garner on. We were talking about grains yesterday, and we had John Deere earnings out this morning, and they said their outlook looks terrible because, growers are yet to start spending with grain pressures under pressure. So kind of just goes to show that this affects a lot of other industries as well.
Yeah, it's the ebbs and flows of commodities is pretty interesting. When you get lower prices, you think, oh, it's great for the consumer, but then it's bad for the farmer, which ultimately means at some point higher prices for commodities. Like we talked about earlier with crude, $65 is that sweet spot. Heard Carly Garner talk about that yesterday. You've been telling me about that forever. $65 crude, if it stays above it, they'll be able to spend more money, and the future price of crude comes down. The more time we spend below it, the future price of crude is probably going to be higher.
Yeah. In fact, we even had Equinor came out today, the Norwegian oil company, and they said with prices under pressure for the last 4 months, they're looking at already cutting back their 2026 budget.
Yep. I mean, it's just this rate cut situation just really is going to be interesting here because, first of all, I don't know why we have so much emphasis. I mean, I understand why the president wants, right? He wants lower rates, and I get it. But when you look at it, the Fed doesn't have to do something every single quarter or it just seems like, why can't we let the businesses and the economy work for a period of time? They finally got inflation kind of right where we want, right, Shai? I mean, the inflation numbers aren't too good or too bad. You always want a little bit of inflation.
Right.
It's like, why is it got to be the talk of it all the time? Constantly pushing for, is 50 basis points this year really going to make that much of a difference? I mean, honestly, I don't think so.
I don't really think so. And again, you risk sparking inflation with rates too low. I mean, obviously the government needs to service the debt. They want lower rates. I get that.
That part I get.
Right. Yeah. I think everybody's talking about it so much because we're hearing from this administration every day, whether it's, Bessent or Pulte or Trump, that they want lower rates.
Exactly. Everyone's saying it too. The debt. I mean, the debt part I get, but, spend less money. And there's something to think about, right? Figure that out. Let's go to the tape overnight. S&P is pretty much dead flat. It's up a quarter tick. NASDAQ's up 5.5 points. Very seldom do you see the NASDAQ not up at least or down in double digits. It's single digits. It's up $4 right now. Russell's down 6. to 2329. You got the Dow at 45,031, up 7 ticks. Really quiet overnight in indexes. Natural gas is down 0.75%, down 22 ticks.
Of course it is.
I mean, I know the thing is it's just bombing lower. Crude oil's up 25 cents this morning to 62.90. We've got gold pretty much flat. It's down $2, 34.05. Copper's down 17 ticks. Silver's down 24 ticks. We haven't talked about silver much lately. It's at 38.36. Platinum's up $25 at 13.68. Bond market up today. I mean, that's the key. You got the 10-year coming in at 4.2%. And you've got the 30-year, to me, on the chart. That just looks bullish to me. I mean, it looks like rates are going to start coming down across the curve. Let's go to Jimmy on that. Jimmy, overnight, what I see is, really, when I look at what's popping out to me is that the bond market looks bid. I mean, it just looks bid. I mean, obviously, we're talking about rates every single day here, pricing in more cuts throughout the year, and the bond market's telling you, yeah, I think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, even the cash yield this morning was 4.80. So we're getting close to getting below that 4.8 on the 30-year cash yield. On the future chart, yeah, we have a breakout to the upside. We had a slight downward trend channel down, and we had a breakout to the upside. We have a positive gamma condition from Mentor Q, and it's kind of moving up. We have a nice peak high up there in the 116 handles. And I feel like this is a breakout to the upside. I agree with you. I am bullish here. Checking the stochastics are strong. Moving averages are arcing up. There's no retracement really to think about from a fib point of view, at least in the near term. So in my mind, yeah, this is anticipating that cut in the Fed funds tool this morning. I think was still tracking maybe up to 3 rate cuts this calendar year, but nowhere on that Fed watch screen is there room for a 50 on one given meeting. So I think that's pie in the sky probably.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And, as we continue to talk about rates, I mean, obviously, and I see people continue to talk about, it's a big difference to pay off the debt. I totally get that. But what the risk that happens is you get inflation that runs hot again. I mean, commodities are at a low. People are still feeling inflation. You start cutting rates, and all of a sudden you're going to see a lot of prices go up across the board, right, that have finally come down. You see here in South Florida, finally have seen real estate prices come down a little bit. Food costs have simmered a little bit. You start cutting rates aggressively, you have the risk of inflation. And so my point is, let things balance out for a period of time. I mean, obviously, I get the long-term paying off the debt. And as I've said, if you're accumulating debt, spend less.
Right?
Don't all of a sudden you take the risk of the Fed. They lose, I think, they start cutting too aggressively. It just gets really interesting for the marketplace. I mean, as traders, kind of welcome it. But
and again, it could have the opposite effect.
It could.
I go back to September when they cut rates and we actually saw yields spike. And so things might not always work out how the administration may want them to work out.
Yeah, exactly. Because, again, what happens if you start cutting rates, everyone goes, well, why are we cutting rates? And then ultimately, if it's the fear of inflation's coming back, the long end starts to sell off, and rates go higher on the long end. It kind of defeats the purpose.
Right.
Yeah, believe me, Streamside. I remember when Alan Greenspan cut it. I was in a couple of positions, unfortunately, on those days. Gosh, that was got to be 99, 2000 maybe. Good old Alan Greenspan. Remember we used to look at Bernanke's briefcase? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Didn't we do that? I mean, that was like, that's how ridiculous is this?
Well, it's like Powell's tie. Everybody looks at Powell's tie, right?
No, I haven't even heard much about that. I've kind of blocked that out, probably. It is what it is. Yeah, I was on the wrong side of that one, too, Streamside, unfortunately. Why couldn't I have been on the right side of that one? A couple times. I mean, it would be nice if I'm always the wrong side of those. Also want to talk about ETH this morning, slowing down. I talked about 5,000 as a target for me in ETH. I think it pretty much nipped it. I mean, I'm not working any orders and covering spot, but I look at it and go, ETH still to me looks pretty bullish. Bitcoin is down a couple $1,000 today. A couple thousand, is it? A couple,
It's like, even though that's like no big deal
like
for that
nothing.
market, but it's still,
Yeah. Yeah, there's that. I just think, again, crypto to me is a theme where this is where I do actually like spot. I think for day traders, crypto futures, if you're an index trader, you can come in and I think these crypto futures there's a lot of volatility there right now. I think I'm surprised actually we don't have more of our streamers, the guys that are coming in streaming trading some crypto stuff.
I know.
We'll see if maybe down the road we don't get some people to come in here and trade crypto futures. I don't personally trade them much. I mean, I have in the past, but very little. But owning spot, to me, if you're going to be a holder, you slowly buy spot, and it's like if it runs great. I mean, because otherwise, this volatility, it's like you wake up, you're like, oh, I missed selling ETH at 5,000 or whatever it was. Next thing you know, it's down $300. You're like, Jesus, you know what I mean? You're like, well, what do I do? You're just going to work orders. So I think that theme is here. Volatility in crypto stays throughout the Trump administration.
Well, it will, because he has backed crypto, right? And so, we've got a rush of IPOs in crypto coming on the market. The largest IPOs over the last 90 days have been crypto IPOs, beating out healthcare, which is usually much higher. And so I think it's kind of here to stay.
Yeah, it's not going away. I mean, I think there's massive momentum behind it. And again, I don't necessarily know that it means that all the prices are going to go up in crypto,
right,
but I just think you're going to have a lot of volatility. I think crypto futures has just massive upside potential over the next few years to continue to grow in volatility. Jimmy, back to you. You've been talking about the volumes in ETH futures. What's that been like still? I don't watch the volumes, but I always kind of count on you to tell me what's going on. But it's good just to see that there's more participants in the futures markets.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I look at, Ether right now, and that's been on fire. We've done 86,000 contracts already in the micro Ether. And just by comparison, in crude oil, we've only done 46,000. So it's pretty heavy. The other thing I love about these markets too is that they're truly 24-hour markets. In other words, you got a whole global community trading these things, so they move. I get phone calls all the time saying, hey, Jim, I can't trade till after I put the kids to bed. Well, take a look at some of these futures markets because it's a global thing and it's always on the move.
I agree. I mean, overnight, they're probably sometimes busier than they are during the day. I mean, you actually have global participation. I mean,
right,
we obviously have that in equity indexes, but to me, the overnight session in equities, if you're caught trading them at midnight, dude, I'm going to do you a favor. Just go to bed, man.
right.
Just hang it up. It's not going to happen, But these crypto futures can move a lot more overnight, and that's obviously why we're seeing more of the volume there overnight than, again, it's ETH futures are doing more overnight than crude oil right now, which is kind of wild.
Just wanted to go over the data today really quickly. We've had 8:30. Obviously, we have core PPI and PPI, and we also have jobless claims and continuing claims. We know that this is more closely looked at now because everybody's watching for signs in the labor weakness in the labor market now that we had those numbers, less non-farm payroll and those revisions, and so people are watching this a little bit more closely. And then 10:30, we have natural gas storage. And then that's it for the data for today. So quiet afternoon, busy morning. We'll see how it goes.
A quick preview of this morning's guest. We've got Peter coming on. I'm excited about that.
So we have Peter Tchir. He's been advising asset managers and corporations since 2009. He's a macro guy, but he's traded. He's been a trader. He's knows a lot about fixed income. I really want to talk to him about what's going on in the bond market right now. He's traded indices, fixed income, everything, you name it. So
yeah, I had him on Futures Radio Show podcast a while back. Peter's a great guy. Excited to talk with him. Of course, I'm going to start off with the bond market today. Again, good morning, chat. Before we get to this morning's Edge Report, of course, I have to say hi to everybody in chat. We've got Engineer Bear. What did he say earlier this morning? I got to go to my screen to see what he said in the chat because he was talking about saying he's going to sell this rally if it's energetic, but he's my guy. He's in there every morning. Good morning, Cooper. We got Melvin Trades, My Serona, Gary Scheimer, Ozark PB, The Happy Crab, Infinity Works, Video Star K, Dr. Serena Reap, Emilio Rodriguez, Kenshin, Clara, Streamside, my boy Trading Poker, Rob, Jimmy T. We got Lenny Bradford. We've got Shab in there. We've got Ficos. Good morning, everybody. Hit that like button. Remember, on the path to 150,000, we're going to be doing a lot of cool stuff when we hit that $150,000 mark, 150,000 subscriber mark. Maybe there is a dollar amount we should be talking about. We give away here. And good morning, Ben, as well. So hit that like and subscribe button. And it's about that time. Take it away, Jimmy, for this morning's Edge Report.
We also have to welcome Liam from sunny Scotland. The global theme continues here at NinjaTrader Live. Let's take a look at the Treasury bonds just really quickly. We already talked about the daily chart. One of the things in my experience about these Treasury bonds is they do, once they catch a trend, they trend for a long period of time. Now, we have one little mini exception, a sideways chop that we saw here at the end of July, but we get these days where it just rolls. Today, my radar screen is up. We broke out of that trend channel. It's loosely fitting trend channel on the way down. Not that much to get too excited about, but we did break out above it right now, and we're tracking that target wick right now. And that target wick up there is at 116 spot 0730 seconds. So we're getting close there, and that could be a breakout to the upside as well. We already mentioned what the cash yields are. No short-term retracement to mention. Intraday, we do have some nice targets here. We have a relatively tight range day so far. We're trading above that VWAP. We've stayed above that session VWAP before the London initial balance even started, and we created a really nice point of control right here at 115, 28, 30 seconds. We have that Jax 1 level from Mentor Q at 116 even, and that one-day max as a target to the upside, 116.05. And there's others as well as you go up, all the way up to 116 and 15, 30 seconds, which would be Jax 2, that gamma level 2 level. For the bears, well, if we do break that VWAP, we do have that 0 DTE call resistance and gamma wall at 115 and 16, 30 seconds. And the daily pivot is down here at 115.08. Below that, high vol level, 115 even. Not surprised that that is at an even number. Let's just shoot over to the E-mini S&P today. I just added a 2-week volume profile to the chart, just tracking volume through this turbulent time. We caught a bid. We're sticky up here at the top. We have the official point of control of this is a little bit south here at 64.13. But the encouraging thing is we're seeing some volume develop above my line in the sand. My line in the sand is 64.68 half right here, and we're getting this volume accumulating. It seems like we're losing a little momentum, but we still have a positive gamma condition from Mentor Q. And momentum is high too, 4 out of 5 on their Q score. So looking pretty good on a daily chart. All the moving averages are moving up. Stochastics are strong. Intraday, we do have some targets too. Really nice point of control, by the way. This is a textbook. If you're writing a book on volume profile, cut and paste this chart. Right here, the point of control is right in the middle, 64 at 94 and 3/4, give or take a couple ticks. Relatively nice single distribution right here. A little bit of a lift during the London initial balance. And now we're kind of breaking out to the upside, making new highs on the session. We have that call resistance level is 6,500. Previous session's highs approximately, I don't know, two or three handles above that. And then R1, 2 or 3 handles above that, it's 04. So there's some targets on the upside for sure if this breakout to the upside becomes a real breakout to the upside. For the bears, we got the 0 DTE high vol level toward the bottom. Jax 3 is really the level I'd be looking at, 64.75. And then, I don't know if this is my line in the sand, but then we have that 0 DTE and that S1 should things get a little bit out of hand here. And volume-wise, I think we're waiting for that PPI level as well. And really quickly here, let's just shoot over to crude oil. Notice my crude oil market analyzer on the left. This is in backwardation. I'm not, I'll try to get some more info on from Shai on that, what that means. But September, we're in the September contract still trading at just south of the 63 handle, just barely south of a 63 handle. But you just a casual observer will see that this is in a downtrend right now. I don't know that the bottom is in yet. Again, gamma condition negative. Low momentum though. We got a 1 out of 5 Q score here. Stochastics are pretty weak. Targets. We got some targets. Again, a really nice Gaussian distribution on the volume profile. Point of control and the VWAP are just kind of tangled in love all morning. We have we're talking 62.85 right here. So there's kind of been a gravity's been affecting the prices at this level today for sure. Nice value area. We're up against a value area high, which is at Jax 1 right now. That's at 63 even. And then, we have targets on the upside. We get a breakout. Previous session's high, R1 and Jax 4 is up at 63.50. Bears, we got the pivot at the bottom, 62.69. Jax 2, 62.50. So we'll see what happens with crude oil as well. That is today's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. We are now joined by Peter Tchir. He's the head macro strategy of Macro Strategy Insights. Peter, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning. Doing well. Yourself?
Doing great. Great having you here on PPI this morning. We know all eyes will be on a quiet overnight session, not even a ton of news, but I want to start off talking about the bond market. We were talking this morning on the 30-year on the charts is starting to look technically pretty bullish here. And obviously the talk of really media, social media is all about President Trump rates. We heard Besant say yesterday he thinks that there should be a 50 basis point cut. He actually thinks that rates are 150 to 175 basis points too high right now. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think we actually probably should have cut in the July meeting. Unfortunately, when the original June jobs data came out, it looked too strong. Now with revisions, it looks like in hindsight, we could have cut. And I think we kind of have this balancing act. I actually think the jobs data is worse still even than has already been published. We're seeing a lot of trouble at small and mid-sized companies. College graduates are struggling. I think the data has been overstated because it says this birth death model that people are actually trying to create companies. It's based on people applying for employment identification numbers. My reality is I think it's a negative sign. People see their job getting a little bit sketchy, so they start doing those applications because they may want to drive Uber. They may want to do Lyft. So do something in the gig economy. So I think the jobs data is going to give the Fed the reasons they need to cut. And inflation, I'm a little bit concerned, but I think tariff inflation is going to take 6 months to a year to play out. It just takes a long time for the inventory to roll in, for negotiations to go with suppliers, et cetera. And then the final part is I think the owner's equivalent rent is just stupid. It's showing that rent inflation is actually still fairly high. When you look at any sort of real-time metric, rent inflation has been coming down. So I think they've got the reasons to, cut. I'm still thinking we get 75 and maybe 100. So I could see a repeat of last year, 50, 25, 25. We got 100 bips this year.
So let me play devil's advocate here just for a second, because when I look at rates right now, obviously we understand why the President Trump and the government, they want lower rates, pay off debt. I get it. We've got inflation kind of where we want it. Why do you think cutting that much is necessary right now? Is the risk of inflation coming back to where all of a sudden, if we cut that much, do we all of a sudden have the same issue we just had not too long ago back on our hands?
I could see that coming, but I think the state of the economy is weaker than people think. When we do some channel checks and things like that, the warehouses are full in and around the LA ports, but it was large companies that were able to get ahead of the tariffs and import a lot of goods, right? Small and mid-sized companies, everywhere we turn to, they're struggling a little bit. There's a lot of uncertainty. Hiring has been slowing. So I think that's going to weigh on the economy more than the tariff sort of inflation risk is there. And again, I'm thinking 75 to 100 basis points this year. I don't think that itself is enough to really spur inflation. I just everything I see and smell in the job market tells me that that's what we should be focused on, and we want to get a little bit ahead of the curve on that. And having said that, I don't think 10s are going to respond particularly well. I could see maybe 10s getting to 4%, but you are going to see a lot of steepening in the yield curve because people will realize that's probably being a little bit aggressive, and you have to price in term premium just because this government's going to focus much more on getting front end down, which they can control. And that doesn't encourage people to buy the back end quite as much.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. I want to turn this towards the index markets right now. We're at all-time highs, or just off all-time highs, but let's call it all-time highs. We've got valuations exploding. Do we risk, if we cut rates that much, do we get an even bigger bubble in these markets? Or, what are your thoughts on the index markets here?
Yeah, I think that is a fear. Kind of look at the trading the past few days, right? Every time it looks like, oh, people are chatting more and more about rate cuts, the Mag 7, those big tech leaders take off. And it's kind of still a struggle. Like the Russell 2000's finally been picking up, but this market has been driven by so few stocks. That's slightly concerning. And everyone's kind of knee-jerk reaction to, oh, lower rates equals higher stocks. I think that's also problematic, right? I think we are going to see some consumer spending slow down. We're seeing some jobs issues out there. I don't think that should warrant such high, valuations. And we still haven't begun to feel the effect of tariffs both on corporate profits and also like are foreigners going to buy American brands at the same pace they did? What's really going on in the economy out there? I think we did some degree of damage to the American brand. And I think that will impact some of the sales of American brands globally. I think as they eat some of these tariff, costs, that'll hurt corporate profits a little bit. So everything's kind of really, to me, been smoothed over for the last 3 months by the AI spend. The AI spend has just dominated everything. It's dominated markets. That's been going on. So I'm a little bit cautious here. I want to get to the point where I can pound the table and say, let's buy the Russell 2000 because things look good. I'm not there, which tells me I want to be underweight stocks right now, especially the recent winners.
That makes absolute sense. And what are your thoughts? We had a lot of headlines out this morning about the IPO, crypto frenzy, and we had the largest IPOs within the last 80 days, all crypto. So what are your thoughts on the crypto markets here?
Yeah, I think it continues to grow. I think, you're seeing a lot of enthusiasm. I think one thing when we talk to a lot of, institutional type money and corporations, I think people are kind of more intrigued by something like an Ether. I think they see a value proposition, sort of a use case, and it feels a little bit more compartmentalized. You've got Bitcoin. I think Solana kind of doesn't do as well, but you're seeing a lot of attention. You're having a lot of conversations. I think small investment banks like Academy Securities, we're all trying to figure out with these new rules, how do we get involved? What are the opportunity sets? You're looking at stable coins. How do people invest? So I think it continues to grow. This administration has been very fixated on it. I think now that they've opened the floodgates kind of at the federal level, you're going to see a lot of, states start talking about adding Bitcoins to their, treasury. I'm not sure how long it lasts, how well it goes, but right now the momentum is in favor of cryptocurrencies. It's always, to me, been about adoption. And I think we've got this other wave of adoption just starting right now.
Oh, I completely agree with you. I think crypto is here to stay. I think during this administration, it's going to continue to get ramped up and be a major topic of conversation. Financial markets, it's hitting households now. All my friends are always talking to me about it, and so it's definitely not going away. We're only a couple minutes away from this morning's PPI number. I want to go back to the Russell because I think that the Russell right now is a market where I look at it and go, it's kind of make it or break it for them, at least maybe. We say make it or break it. I think temporarily make it or break it because it continues to try to play catch up to the indices. You get this moment where the bond market and the forecast of Fed funds is saying rates are going to come lower, should benefit the Russell a little bit. And it's just one of those markets where, like you said, I'm not quite ready to come in and step in and buy the Russell. At what point does it get you to finally believe that this Russell could start to rally and maybe there's a sustained period of a rally here?
And I think that's well set up for that too. I think there's a lot of short positions. So all the things kind of in the contrarian part of me are saying to buy it, but I keep coming back to my real concern that to me, it's the small and mid-sized companies that have been bearing the brunt of the tariffs. They aren't as capable of dealing with it, right? They didn't have the working capital. Again, it's very different too if you're a, Walmart and you call your supplier and say, hey, we need 1 million pairs of shoes pronto. Those suppliers will get on it. If you say, hey, we need 800 of these kind of neat little things, they're like, yeah, get in line. So I think that's where you're going to see the problems. And that's why I have trouble really getting on to, fully on board with the Russell 2000. To me, it's still a sign that there's enough weakness there that the big indices should actually be pulling down towards the Russell 2000 rather than the Russell 2000 catching up. And I'd really need to get some sort of really strong contrarian indicators that that's not the case.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you next. So, because to me, if that's the case, ultimately it means that maybe things aren't as strong. And obviously it brings me back to why you think that rate cuts should be coming. And so,
I think the one thing on inflation, I'm scared. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Peter. No, you go ahead.
Yeah, the one thing on inflation, I'm kind of watching, again, like you watching electricity prices, I feel like electricity is slowly becoming a bottleneck for potential AI growth, where it's going to occur. And it's weird. I'm finding myself, I've got to retrain myself. When I hear the word energy, I naturally think oil, right? It's kind of how we grew up. It's what we always think. I'm trying to retrain myself to think, well, energy now equals electricity. And I think it's a subtle difference, but it shapes how you think about the world a little bit, what sort of policies we should be enacting. You look at the development of nuclear reactors, and China clearly gets it. China's building a lot of nuclear reactors. We're still very slow. And I think even our politicians, they're of an age where they equate energy with oil. And I think that leads to some policy mistakes. Energy now has to equal electricity. And I think that's going to be the key. And it's a potential bottleneck to kind of the AI spend, which has been such a big driver of this economy.
Yep, we got PPI coming out. Bonds
came in hot. So we have PPI came in at 3.3%, expected 2.5%. Core came in at 3.7%, expected was 3%. That's year over year. Initial claims came in dead on to 24,000, same level we've been in forever. And continuing claims came in at 1.953 million, slightly lower than prior and expectation.
How about the Russell giving back all of this? I mean, the Russell's down 1.25%. Spot Peter coming in this morning saying I wouldn't be buying this Russell. You get a PPI number comes in. No, but again, initial reactions sell off across the board. I said this morning in my note, I said unless it comes in kind of it came in pretty hot, and so now. Again, momentum to me, I'm going to go back to you, Peter. First off, initial reactions on PPI.
Well, my initial reaction is whoever published the numbers probably better dust off the resume, because that seems to be the trend right now. If you publish a bad number. So, hate to be cynical on that. But,
oh my
I think on all this, the data is so hard to parse, and there's been so much movement as people trying to get ahead of the tariffs, behind the tariffs. Like, I think for all of us on the side where you're trying to look at the economic data, it's incredibly difficult to figure out what is a base case or what's the steady state. There's been so many things up and down. So this is concerning, but again, PPI is something I tend to, to me, it's a second order piece of data anyways. So, it's concerning. I think the market reaction's right. It's okay. Someone at the Fed has to look at this and say, oh, maybe we don't. I think we'll get through this data and we'll look to other things. I still think by the time we're September, the data will point to a need to cut, but this is certainly kind of pushing the other direction. And on the jobless thing, we're all starting to watch when do the Doge cuts start hitting jobless claims? Because a lot of those people are still getting paid, I think, until September. And that's where I think we could also see another kind of surge in joblessness.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think that, going back to what you're talking about with the Russell, I think this is an important moment for the market. Going back to what I said, I think make it or break it kind of situation, just where if the Russell were to continue to rally, I think that would be, at least it would provide a consolidation for S&P and NASDAQ, seeing that maybe that Russell was the play. But if the Russell does start to get weaker here and it fails on that rally, I'm with you, Peter. To me, that is showing inside the United States that the market is probably not as strong as you think. And then I would start to be like, okay, now I see more of why the rate cuts are coming, and I see more of that. And so I do think this is an interesting moment with this PPI coming in hotter, and what comes up here I think is very interesting. One market we didn't talk about, Peter, so far was gold. I pulled gold up on the chart. It's kind of caught in this, you had the tariffs, no tariffs headline on Sunday. It made this, kind of capitulation type high on the charts. If you look at it, it comes back down to the moving average. Where does gold play a role right now?
I'm relatively ignoring gold. I think more and more people are going to pull towards cryptocurrencies or other ways to kind of, play the market. I think gold, to me, you've got a group of passionate people both directions. I'm spending less time on that, more and more on where we're headed on commodities in general, but also particularly on where is the crypto industry, how are we going to use stable coins? Again, I would not ignore Bessent's desire to use stable coins as a source of funding for the US government, as a way to kind of prop up the dollar globally. So to me, I think that's a far more interesting and compelling narrative right now than gold.
We got time for one more, Shai.
So excellent. So what are your thoughts on, just in general, these other metals that are more industrial type metals, say, silver, platinum, copper, prices? We've come off the highs, but still pretty elevated. And if we are going to need all of this electricity, we are going to need a lot of these products.
Yeah, so I think I've been fairly bullish on them, and part of it we've been calling it ProSec or national production for national security. What I really want to see the administration pivot to is delivering investment to push the production and refinement of those sorts of commodities domestically. And the MP deal where the Department of Defense put 400 million into MP, helped them range of 1.1 billion dollars financing. I think that sets the model for what the president wants to do, right? He wants Americans to benefit from these investments. He's not just going to give handouts. The Department of Defense does not have a whole lot of money lying around, so that's not going to be the exact template, but maybe we go talk about sovereign wealth funds. And to me, we have to focus on deregulation and kind of jump starting those industries. I think that's where the president's pivoting to. I think he's kind of tired of tariffs, and tariffs haven't been a huge win for him kind of politically. Whereas things like deregulation, he loves it. Things like these investments in MP, I think he likes that. And if we can do that, I think there's a lot of room for the commodities themselves to do well as we build these things out. And I like the commodity producers probably though better than the commodities themselves. I think that production will maybe damper how high the commodities can go. So I don't like them. I do think the commodity producers, they can actually do much better and accelerate as we start getting that deregulation. That's where I hope the president fixates and transitions to. I also think it's less troublesome globally because tariffs seem like very much a zero-sum game, whereas he can accomplish some of the same goals through these investments and subsidies and activities. That's where I want to do. And to me, all you have to do is look at our negotiation with China, and one thing: China controls the rare earths and critical minerals, not the rare earths and critical minerals themselves, but the process and refine. We should have been doing this 5 years ago. That MP deal is just a tiny, tiny step of what we need to be doing. So that to me is, I think, where we're going to go for is much more national production for national security. And it should drive a lot of commodity prices higher as we build things out and you put those demands on it. But I think the commodity producers themselves will outperform a lot.
Peter, we have to end it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Chad, hit the like button for Peter and make sure you go and follow Peter on X and check out what he's doing. Like I said, Peter, it's always great to speak with you. Thank you so much for joining us today on NinjaTrader Live.
Thanks a lot for having me on.
I mean, a lot to take from it. I want to go right to reactions of PPI. Any repercussions beyond this, Shai?
So no, I think everybody's going to be analyzing these numbers all day, and so we can talk about this later when I come back on hot commodities with Jim later. We'll touch base on that, but it'll be interesting to see because what happens with the PPI numbers is, even though the Fed doesn't use it, they factor it in. But the thing is, the fear is that higher PPI prices will be passed on to the consumer, and then ultimately you're going to see higher CPI numbers. And so we need to really pay close attention to these, even though they're not the number, they're part of the equation.
This goes back to what I had said, and I have been saying. If you start to cut rates too much too soon, and this starts to happen, I mean, this is a delicate balance here right now. We don't know exactly what comes out of with tariffs and how that inflation is going to be hit. And I think you could have a lot of people positioned wrong here if they think a lot of rate cuts are going to come. And I think that's what potentially is showing up today. I mean, I don't think the bond market's reacted too much to this. It's still flat on the day. I'm a little surprised by that, actually.
But still, there are a lot of bets in this market, particularly in SOFR. People are positioned for serious rate cuts. So, that could upend those trades if it doesn't pan out that way.
Yep, a lot more to talk about it. Thank you, Shai. All right, let's bring in Pharm. Good morning, Pharm. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing all right. Looks like we might have an interesting day in front of us.
Oh, no doubt I think we're going to go right to the charts right out of the gates today following PPI. Let's go right to the charts. So initial reactions, of course, I pulled up ZB, which is a 30-year bond, wanted to see what was happening there. We come in this morning. I was talking about how that on the daily looked very bullish. You could see good amount of selling has come into the bond market, and rightfully so. You got a higher PPI number. One thing that my initial thoughts and reactions of when you get this kind of number is how everyone's so positioned right now thinking that we're going to continue to get all these big rate cuts, and you wonder how that starts to bring in a lot more volatility if all of a sudden we have a lot hotter inflation data. And so I think for me, keep an eye on the bond market now. I'm actually a little bit surprised that it's not done almost much at all. I mean, the 10-year rate is completely unchanged on the yield. There's just not a lot going on in the bond market for a PPI number that comes in pretty hot. But again, we'll see. I mean, this is a time where interest rates, obviously we know it's in the talk every single day from President Trump and everything that we're hearing on social media, what's going to happen with rates. And a lot of that's playing into what equities potentially are doing. Start seeing hotter PPI, as Shai said, brings a hotter CPI too. It's interesting here.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at yesterday, some of the profile characteristics, and I think you kind of alluded to this in your morning note. There's some signs there, some concerning signs that maybe this thing is exhausting out to the upside, and then you get something like this happens to come right afterwards. I mean, we'll see. This week is going to be a huge close for sure. And getting data like that, let's see if we can shrug that off again as being potentially a one-time thing. But this is going to be an important day, an important close to this week, because ultimately, if this breakout fails, it's gonna look pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's my initial thought, right? Is I feel like we're teetering here. We talked about this with Peter. I think one thing to watch for right now is the Russell, right? It's, can the Russell sustain a rally? It doesn't look like it. And when you look at why that matters to me is exactly what Peter described today. And I think it opened my eyes to it, is that if the market is going to have a sustained rally here, you'd like to see the Russell start outperforming S&P and NASDAQ, and maybe that would become the trade. But if it starts underperforming at this moment, in my opinion, that will be a reason for this rally not to be sustained in the S&P 500, because when you now don't have the ability to have the entire market being lifted up at all-time highs, and you look at the Russell and the Dow, which have not been able to do it, I think ultimately that plays more into why rates get cut. We talk about a weak job market, and overall, I think the theme shifts a little bit, and you lose momentum, right? Just in time for when Jem Carson came on and said, watch at the end of August when flows start to come out. He's pretty good. It gets interesting here with this data point could be, I think, a semi-turning point now for the markets. Again, you break out, you need to stay broken out. If you don't, what did you and I talk about yesterday? What's the worst thing that you could see? You have a breakout, and then you come back into that range, and it starts failing. And ultimately, that's what we're seeing today. Let's go to the daily chart here on the S&P. I had been talking about 65.30 is an area where if it starts to get there, that's what I would start to get bearish. I've had this blocked out since, July. And now that I see this here, the fact that we were unable to get to that, and we have this breakout from this high, and the Bollinger Bands start to look like they're going to get flat again, boy, it looks as though we're going to start heading back down to the majority of where these moving averages are. I think the bulls have a couple-day window here where if they don't get it back above this previous high, I'm going to pull up the gold chart just for a quick second because I want to show this. I think it's something like this where it's like you're in this consolidation, you don't go up and hit this Bollinger Band peak, but you make a high. I mean, this is basically it's somewhat similar to what I look at in terms of market context, like what is this environment? You fail to reach an objective, and then you come back into the body of these moving averages. And to me, again, I look at gold, and I think that this is a good high. Again, it gets a little bit overbought here on the RSI, multiple times overbought. You just pull this environment back. I go back to the S&P now, and I look at comparing a similar situation, and this is what I see. So let's look at a couple of things here. You have let's go into here with this. You have this high right here. You had this high right here where you get into overbought, right? And you look at the RSI down there, and then you make a higher high, but you don't go and get what I look at that Bollinger Band peak. And to me, that matters a lot in what I've looked at over the years. And now you get a market that I think could be rounding out. And it gets very interesting. And I'm not a huge trend line guy, but if you could just draw a trend line from here to there and say we come back down to the 34-period moving average, I think if we don't see this high get taken out, this previous day's high, by tomorrow, by Friday, I have a feeling we are in the midst of a pullback here. I am just not bullish S&P right now that can't happen. NASDAQ is interesting because when you look at NASDAQ on the daily chart, so they hit the old Bollinger Band peak, which I like, so I delete that. Look at yesterday's, the way yesterday closed, all right? I mean, you have almost a V bottom, and I've been talking about this, you could almost getting into a situation where we have a V top. I would have liked to have seen that, but you get this candle that goes up there, it takes out the previous Bollinger Band peak, fades into the close, and now today you have a lower low, and you're back in the body of this move. When I see this, man, again, I think it's a rounding out top pattern is what I see. It's just hard to be bullish up here, even though yesterday I thought we could have a capitulation type day. I think this morning changed things. I mean, that's what we do as traders. I actually start looking at it going, if volatility stays here, I start looking for short positions from a swing basis because now I have a high I can trade off of. For me, it always comes down to risk. We've talked about being bullish. Where could you lean on? If you're bearish, what could you lean on? These are good. These, I think, could be decent highs right now. I'm going to go to the Russell, and then I'm going to go to you and look inside the day and look inside the tape a little bit deeper. You know, Russell, very similar situation. Breaks out from a consolidation, right? Goes up, doesn't quite hit the Bollinger Band peak. Looks a little bit different here. Russell also hasn't taken out previous day's low. If it does, if this Russell takes out this low right here, boy, I got to tell you, I just, you know, it takes out that low. I think this is bearish for all the indexes. And I think so because of all the things I've talked about. Not going to go back. You can hit the rewind and say, but Russell weakness now, all of a sudden, I think, stalls the momentum in the S&P 500. And I think if that happens with the S&P and NASDAQ rounding out, I think we have a tradable high, at least temporarily. So we'll see. That's what I've got this morning. Going to be an interesting, I think we're going to start getting busy here. Going to be an interesting couple of days now.
Yeah, I've got NQ up first on weekly profiles, and yesterday was day one of breakout. You could call the day before was day zero if you want. As we broke out, and we get an opening drive higher on a large gap up, and that fails, which isn't a fantastic look, but you say okay, large gap up, we can forgive that. It is a pretty good looking high. You can see that large upper wick there, B period single prints to the downside, and then some consolidation here in this range, building out this upper distribution. Now, the thing is, before I get too bearish, just looking at a high, I really need to see how the weekly closed. And that's why, NQ, the weekly, is maybe a little bit more clean than ES, but they're both very, very clean. And obvious, double distribution weeks, two distinct distributions. In this profile, very straightforward to me. So for today, and really into the end of the week, if both NQ and ES can reclaim this upper range, then that's a good look. And if we close in this upper range after a push lower like this, I think we're going higher, right? If we get some nasty PPI and we just end up back in yesterday's range, then pressure to me is on sellers big time. So that to me then leans very bullish out of this week. If we close in this lower distribution on NQ and ES, that looks quite bad with this high in place and all of this trapped volume overhead. So wanted to touch on that real quick with NQ before going to ES, but again, very similar if you pull up the weekly profiles here. Now, 51 was, to me, the 6-week balance high on a cash hours basis. So as of now, we're holding there. I'm using 51 to 54 as a daily level into today, but it's the same thing here on ES. It's maybe not as clean, but you can see an upper distribution here. You can see a lower distribution here. And then you got a little bit of a janky profile in the middle, but I mean, it's roughly, low volume area. The two spots I'm watching, on a daily basis are basically like 40 to 44, and then 51 to 54 today. I mean, if those are given back, it starts to look suspiciously like a failed breakout to me. And then again, closing in this lower distribution, coming back into, lows of the week, your weekly candle is going to look pretty disgusting as well. This does look like a failed breakout. Again, we haven't seen bearish setups produce bearish results. We still have an entire day of cash to trade today, of course. But even if we do get that weak close of the week, is there follow through from sellers, or does Trump, put out some tweet and gets everybody all excited again? But, the fact that both ES and NQ have a pretty good looking high on them. You had, absolute trash getting squeezed the last couple of days. Pretty bad look. I mean, CTAs have been max long, vol control funds have been max long, hedge funds. I mean, a lot of, forget, ES positioning necessarily, just broadly, if you look at NAAIM, have been broadly very long for some time. So, there is risk there. But again, look what ES is doing right now. I mean, it's already back testing yesterday's range. So ES is certainly a little bit more close than NQ to reclaiming that range. But this, if we just hold in yesterday's range after this move, looks like a held back test to me, and everything looks fine. So trying to be neutral there and really focused on, how does this week close? Do we see, high time frame sellers come back in, kick this back out of yesterday's range here, and then down through the overnight low? And then I'm probably going to be pretty bearish into next week. But if this scorching hot PPI comes in and all we get is just a back test bra, and then we're sticky in yesterday's range, I'm probably pressing the buy button and slamming my phone a little bit about it, taking a hot shower afterwards, because it's nothing can kill this market if that happens. So this is a big day, and whether or not bulls can get back into yesterday's range and stay there. So important day, and those are kind of the big picture thoughts there, Deli.
Yeah, no doubt. I think today is going to be a very important day. As I said, I think if yesterday's highs do not get taken out by tomorrow, I will start buying puts. I think that we are in for a decent rotation back down. I mean, decent is like 2-3% at this point. But I do think it comes because of all the things we've talked about. I mean, a hot PPI, it does change things. And you're seeing it across the board. Today, if the market can get bid back up into yesterday's range, and even, I think a big win would be, to me, getting above where the PPI number came out this morning in NASDAQ. I was looking at that. What was that high in that NASDAQ at that time? Was 23,966. So it's 100 from here. Is that the price roughly? It was the high of that bar. Yep. If it can get back above there, I would change my tune. That's why I'll wait a little bit, but I will look to start getting short within the next day or so on a swing basis if we cannot regain that area, and especially yesterday's high, because now I have a high I can play off of. And if the Russell stays weak and takes out yesterday's low, again, I think that changes the tune of things, because you had everybody kind of positioned to where rate cuts are coming. It's going to be bullish. You get now a hotter PPI, and this is ultimately, I think, a shift in behavior today if we continue to stay weak. Again, it's a big if, but that's what I see. I'm with you. I mean, it's going to be busy now, man. I think the good news for day traders, it's going to be busy.
Yeah, and if you choose your locations, choose your side at a good location, you can execute, a solid trade either way. And and the reason why I talk about reclaim of yesterday's range is what type of traders are there in the markets, and what are they going to be doing? Well, I mean, if you're a profile trader and you see this rejection, of this high volume area, and we don't make it to the next one, right? We stall somewhere, in this LBN in between. And then we reclaim this range, then you're looking for longs targeting the other side, which is basically right at the PPI high. That's your major target. And as we come back into range, if you're short from yesterday and you see this, maybe you've got some puts, right? And you can't do anything with them until open because it's SPY or whatever broker you're on. And it just comes back into range. You're just smashing your phone, closing those puts out, and you're pretty miserable. So the point at which we come back into range, pretty much most short-term time frame traders are long in that situation. And then you just see, if higher time frame traders come in and step in. I'm going to go back to ES because it looks like it's tinkering with yesterday's low, that 67 to 70 spot, in rejecting there. So, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting open to me. So I would watch 40 to 44 below this 51 to 54. It starts to get pretty iffy. I mentioned the other day, carry forward that 31 to 35. You might argue for 29. But I mean, you really don't want to see it this low and trap back below 35 to, 31 to 35. I mean, it really kind of opens rotations down. A lot of pro fraud traders will say your target is 14. I think that's fine. But I think if you see 14, you're seeing, this week's lows pretty soon anyway. So this is a big spot. It makes it really awkward here, right? So if you're executing in a good location and you took a long, and kind of low to mid 50s, you took some off on the back test of yesterday's low, you're green on a position, you've got runners, you've chosen your side, that's fine. If you're short, obviously, kind of way up in here, obviously you're fine at that point and you've taken profit. But this is all about this back test. So I could come out of this week like wildly bullish, and I could come out of this week definitely more bearish than I've been in some time. And it really gives you a lot to work with if we're closing down in this lower distribution here, because now you're going to expect pops, above this lower distribution to be sold, given all of this trapped inventory overhead. So you'd start looking at something like the 40s or the 50s to be selling pops. And it becomes a much better setup for a short into, something like next week. So I'm very, very interested to see how this week goes. But it's a pretty bad look. It's a good high on ES. It's a good high on NQ. I mean, Russell was doing whatever the hell it was doing. Just a whole bunch of trash running. Never a good look. Even with the Dow, the Dow was good. I was looking for the Dow to move, but like a lot of the components were the trash. I mean, honestly, like the hated stocks that have been beaten to hell. And those are the ones that were really kind of making up a lot of the move. And so it felt a little bit like short covering, degrossing, what have you. So you just wonder like how hedged is the market really? So that to me is the concerns that we had coming into today. But we have to play what's in front of us. And we'll see who wins this side. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for today and really this week, Deli. I think it's a big week, and I'll swing this short with you if this thing breaks down for sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, today is a changing character is the way I look at it. Potential changing character. We don't know until we see regular trading hours open. But what I do see is I see momentum is now fading. I wrote that this morning. I said, we broke out. Can you stay broken out? You watched yesterday's action. I was watching it and I'm like, man, it just doesn't seem like there's any enthusiasm up at the highs, right? I thought there was a possibility of what I was calling a capitulation type high, like where they just kind of ran them, right? You saw ETH and Bitcoin back up overnight. Again, we've continued to talk to everybody and how this market has been really getting all of the late people into buying it. And I thought maybe you'd see a little bit more of a surge when we broke out. And you and I said this yesterday. If you have a high that then we pull back into range, and especially when a high comes off of a data point, because the data point to me gets everyone looking at it and going, okay, what do we have to do? What do we have to change here now in our book? And they look at across the board. And again, you have to think, I know we're focused for a lot of the short-term day traders here are only focused on today. But when you look at it, I trade multi-day positions. You look to see where is everybody going to start to make some adjustments. Do they start to trim NASDAQ here? Do they start to trim S&P positions here and say, you know what, maybe this is a good place? And all of a sudden that flow starts to change. And all of a sudden you start to see where people were letting it run and they look at this and go, you know what? Maybe we're not going to get as many rate cuts. Maybe inflation is coming back a little bit hot. Maybe there are some other things. And everyone goes, let's sell a portion of our position. And all of a sudden rallies start getting sold. Ultimately, that's what I try to help people understand as market conditions. So when you come into the day, you look at your strategy, you know what side to favor more than the other. I would say it's been a while since I've looked at really any shorts. There was maybe one time in the last, I don't know, several months, I bought some puts and they were losers. Why would they be winners? Everything's been going up. But I start to look at this and go, this is starting to look like a rotational market again to me. I'm seeing signs of it. Next 2 days, important days, Pharm. I'm with you.
Yeah, they really are. And you know, last thing I'll say, since we're running out of time here, I mean, I said this to my group. It looked to me like, do you remember that big NQ seller on what's today, Thursday? So I guess it was Tuesday, the breakout day, and it was just 2 days in a row. This big seller comes in. I mean, absolutely oppressive, right? Walking it down. Tuesday, at some point, he just walked away. That was it. He's like, I'm done. That's it. And then we just kind of ripped face. To me, I think that was, you know, this big buy program exiting. Honestly, I had said that for 2 days in a row, and then the week before, it looked like we were starting to see some exits. So my question, you know, that I'm asking is, if we do see continued dips, will they be bought to the extent that they were? Because I mean, that buyer was just merciless on dips, like brick wall. You were going nowhere if you were short. Every prior day low protected. It was just ridiculous. And my sense is that that buy program is out. And I'm very curious. So I think buyers have to do it today, tomorrow, again, close this week and sustain this breakout. And if not, I'll call for more than 2 to 3%. I'll call for 6160s potentially. I think we break this to the downside. I drew
I agree.
kind of like a half joke on X like a week ago, saying this would be fun. Failed breakout to the upside, come down, failed breakdown to the downside. Whoops. What have I done? I guess, right? So we'll see. But that would be fun to me. That would be a lot of fun.
Yep, and we got to end it there, but I'm with you. I think changing character in the tape happened this morning. We'll see if it goes throughout the day. Watch that Russell, everybody. Watch that Russell low, because if it does get taken out, I do think that will be a bearish indicator across all the indexes. I don't normally say that where I look at something as kind of defined as that, but I think if you see all the indexes below previous day's low, not good. I think it changes things. At least we'll get busy, right? It may not fall out of bed, but at least I think we're going to have some two-way action, to say the least. All right, Pharm. Everybody, hit the like button for my boy Pharm. Hit the subscribe button as well. Never miss an episode of Pharm and I here on NinjaTrader Live. Pharm, have a great day.
You have a great day, Deli. We'll see you.
All right, everybody. We are here on Thursday. PPI going to be a super busy day. It's time to trade the open with Christian. Hey, Chris. Good morning.
Deli, what's up, my guy? How are you?
Good, man. Great to have you here this morning. I think we're going to get right into it. PPI, I think that we're finally getting into a busy time here. I'm curious to see what you're looking at heading into the open today.
Yes. So let me go ahead and share the usual. I do want to share, in alignment with what you guys are talking about, you know, this is the time, maybe in the next 1 to 2 days, how the week closes. Right, same ideas. However, you know, I'm a trend guy, you know, I'm a market structure guy. From a trend following perspective, market wise, the S&P and the NASDAQ, I'm looking at SPY and QQQ, are into their third weekly higher high along this rising 9MA in yellow. And from all my commentary that I've shared here with the chat and everybody on trend structure, trends typically end when we form a second or a climax top, as I like to call it, a third higher high, with some RSI divergences. We see that all the time. We saw that from a monthly perspective on the S&P in 2021. You can see this is the first higher high, second higher high, third higher high, and then we had the pullback. Did the same thing into this year's top. Higher high 1, higher high 2, higher high 3, and then pulled back. So there's a structure there that gets repeated over time, and we are seeing that on the weekly. So in alignment with what you guys are talking about on what you're looking for, what, it could be a two-way tip. Absolutely. We're in that area where this is, it's really crucial that we do hold, but if not, either way, I think from a trend perspective, we are getting a little bit more confirmation that this is could be that topping point. So with that being said, the plans remain the same. However, structure might change here. We did see a downside rejection here after attempting to hold the 6480s in ES. We moved in lower into the 6440s, 50s area, right below prior all-time high. So if we're able to somehow hold this, and I think Pharm was talking about that it's already sort of back testing that prior all-time high at 6468. If we can hold it and reclaim, then we can say, okay, we can delay that potential topping sequence a little bit longer and continue higher. If we fail lower, then I can see price come back down here to test these highs. It's 4-hour highs into 64.43. If that fails, then we move lower. For NQ, a little bit the same. We're attempting to lose that prior all-time high. If we form acceptance there and truly break lower, then we can see that pullback into the next area of support at 60.80, 700. If we do hold here, well, we can trigger a failed breakdown and reverse back up to create maybe like a longer consolidation sideways. And then if we fail to hold the 680, 700 area, then we break down. So that's sort of the 4-hour structure. The hourly here that creates my daily trade plan looks a little bit like this for ES. We had a breakout attempt from this overnight consolidation. We had this consolidation, this wedge. It broke out, it tested resistance and sold back down. However, we are into that prior day low, undercutting the prior all-time high at the moment. So there's still a possibility that we could trigger some sort of failed breakdown if we can reclaim that 64.68 area. That can help us get a bounce back up to these highs in either reject and create some sort of larger consolidation, since that's what we're currently in, or we hold acceptance, we hold above the 64.90s and then break out higher. It's a little bit of a low probability at the moment, but we want to keep that in mind. If we fail to reclaim the 64.68, form acceptance and really show that sellers are moving lower from this high, this rejection here, and then possibly now here at 64.68, then we can get that move back down into that 64.63 area, which was a good support and resistance back then. Bounce from there unless we form acceptance, and then continue lower, and then maybe get an official daily higher low pullback into 64.18, 64.20s, which has been a little bit of a resistance cluster. If we go back here on the left side action, so that's the main daily support that we have for ES if we do see lower. For NQ here to finish up, we're sort of back testing these hourly highs here at 780, 800 area. So that is currently for support. If we can somehow manage to hold, we can reclaim that prior all-time high at 845 and then back test that 880s breakdown, which was support yesterday. And that's what really needs to reclaim to sort of give us a heads up that buyers are stepping in back in. If we do hold and form acceptance, then we can push up higher. If we fail to hold here, if we fail to reclaim prior all-time highs, right, a sequence of events, then we can form acceptance and then break back down into, we have the 740 zone that it can act as support, but I'm looking at 680, 700, which was this really good interaction here on the left side where we can see a bounce. If not, then we can see 580, 600, which is main daily support for me. And you can see that strong interaction here. Resistance, attempts to reclaim fails, a failed breakout, resistance. So you can imagine that the next time we come back to it, and then this area here, support, that we can come back to it, we can have buyers defend that if we do see such a move lower. And then, but like you said, it's a two-way action, and that's sort of what I'm looking for today.
Yeah, I think if nothing else, we see two-way action. I don't think that the Bulls, they never give up a rally easily like they've had. But again, I look at this morning and say, could it be a change in character? And I love the way you laid out the scenarios, because looking at this morning coming in, the market still has to prove something to us. So let's wait and see what the market proves to us today. The good news, again, is I do think that today spurred some volatility in the market. middle of August, summer markets. Let's see if this volatility is here to stay beyond today. I hope so. Again, Chris, love how you lay it out. Can't wait to see what pans out for the rest of today. I will be watching. Everybody hit the like button for my brother Chris. He's one of the best in the biz. He's been killing it here on NinjaTrader Live. Hit that subscribe button and hit your alert so you never miss an episode of NinjaTrader Live. And like I said, we're on our way to 150,000 subscribers on YouTube. We've got a whole jam-packed giveaways and all sorts of stuff coming when we hit 150,000. So please help us on our way to 150,000. I appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate everybody in chat. I will see you later.
Likewise, right? You enjoy your weekend. All right, chat. What's going on? Let's do a roll call. Who do we have in the house with us? We have Video Starcade, Komish, Lenny, Cooper, Gary. Good to see you guys. David, Starcade. Ben, it's every day is hair day, Omid. I gotta do something to compete with Delhi. It's gonna be a hair competition in Florida. Whoa, Gary, the mathematical genius himself. Listen, I like numbers, but that's a little bit too much. I would love to be a mathematical genius. It's just the mathematics, every day that we apply here. Star T, good to see you. We have some members, group members here. Juan, Gabriel, Emilio, Sorona. We have a lot of the paradigm shift family in here. We have Cooper. No, not Elliott wave traders. That's different, my friend. Gosh, so many of you guys are trying to say hello while we wait here. Jim, good to see you. Zentro, Ryan. Streamside, yeah, no Elliott wave. This is different, my friend. It looks similar to it. Very different. Jude, Centro, good to see you. Aaron. Aaron. Who remembers that skit? Good to see you, Shake. Nathan, Dan. Brian, Justin, Alan, Felix, Ashley, Jolyn, Boyiva, right? Boyiva. I still can't get that name right. Dr. Serena. We have a lot of people in here. Sponsor Morning Wood is good. Philip, good to see you. Elsa. Oh, we have Elsa in here. Jeff, always good to see you in here and in the group. Yeah, guys, let's get those likes up. Let's see what we get today. The tape might be a little bit different just because of, we're inside a daily consolidation. So what does that mean? Let me share that. As we wait for the open here, we have 15 minutes. Hello to Greece. So I'll share ES here. And let me hide the zones for a second. So what we've seen so far from a daily perspective is a breakout from this wedge, right? It was an aggressive wedge, meaning it was short in time in the consolidation that we get. And then we have a new attempt, right? We're attempting a new higher high, higher low, higher high structure. And you guys know I follow that very well. You guys know I trade that structure on lower time frames. So it's only right that I am following that structure on the higher time frames in order to align with that, right? I was telling Mary on Tuesday that I'm looking to look for pullbacks into the higher low area in here when a complete sort of downtrend is done on a lower time frame, maybe like this. And then that downtrend on the lower time frame is extended as we are getting that pullback in the higher time frame, and then we trigger a reversal that will allow me to participate in that higher time frame bounce via a lower time frame uptrend, right? Simple, repetitive, which is what I like because it allows me to have a consistent structure and approach to find trading opportunities, right? So can this be that pullback into the daily 9MA where we get our higher low and then continue higher? Or maybe, we fail, we put in that higher low, but then we attempt to bounce and then it fails. And then we do trigger that, well, we have Poland in the house. We do trigger that failed breakout from here, higher high, higher low, failed breakout and lower. And then if we get that, that will trigger the weekly reversal. Because look, we got that in February and I was like so loud about it in February. Here's our 50 EMA wedge that we broke out of. And then we put in our first higher high, higher low into that third higher high. And we attempted to bounce, and then we triggered a failed breakout and reverse. You see how that triggered the weekly reversal? So I'm sort of thinking something of the same because the weekly is into that third higher high, right? This is higher high 1, higher low 1, higher high 2, higher low 2, higher high 3. So the weekly saying, hey, these are the extensions we're at. The daily is saying we now need to hold the first pullback into the 9MA in order to push back up, or we can possibly trigger a failed breakdown, right? So from a daily perspective, we're inside this sort of area here, and that can take 1, 2, 3, 4 days. We don't know. What do I like to do in that area? Well, can they be short opportunities? For sure, right? We're now in a two-way tape. I'm still strongly leaning to a pullback buy because we have not confirmed that we are failing this breakout, right? So I can't front run that. I can't try and anticipate something that's not there because if I do that, I will not be aligned with the market and I will have more losses than wins, right? So if I just try to think less and follow trend as best as possible, right? Religiously and like strictly follow the trend, then I'll do like I have to become a robot, right? That's how I see it. I need to just respect that structure and follow it. So, from an hourly now, we're at a point where we can say, okay, can we hold here and bounce in both ES and NQ, or do we get that daily pullback that I just talked about into that daily 9MA and then bounce? So those scenarios on the hourly are aligned for that. Either we hold here, reclaim 64.68 in ES and bounce, reclaim prior all-time high in NQ, and really what we have to reclaim is 880s and then bounce, or are we getting that pullback? Like failure to reclaim here will mean we get that pullback into the daily 9MA, which is currently at 64.10. Why I think 64.18, 64.20s can provide that reversal because it also aligns with this hourly resistance, support, resistance, breakdown, resistance, breakout, right? So I'm combining the daily pullback support into hourly support to then help me look for a super A+ opportunity and capture the daily bounce back up through an hourly 9MA uptrend, right? So you see how I'm combining all of those? And I try and do that consistently. Will I lose sometimes? Absolutely, right? But there's just so many opportunities during the day that I can still, well, I mean, I don't say that because I'm looking to trade the whole day. Like as you guys know, it's 2 to 3 trades. If we have multi-hour trends, there's really no need to, at least for my approach, right? You guys can trade as many times as you want, but there's really no need for me to trade an excessive amount if I'm still capturing the same trend, right? If you're capturing the same trend as I am and you're making 10 trades, well, I rather increase my size instead of risking 1%. I rather risk 3%, and with that size allocated, participate in the same reversal or the same uptrend as you. But my work was done here at the reversal, and I can sit through this whole uptrend with the size that I want, right? So that's how I sort of accommodate my approach to help me not have FOMO, because the dollar amount that I can make is more than if I was just trying to trade multiple accounts, or sorry, multiple trades. And so I can do that, right? I just need 1, 2, maybe 3 trades, and I see it as a long-term gain. And so we wait, for NQ to sort of remind again. We backtested the 780, 800 area. Can we absolutely hold here? We will have to reclaim that 845 prior all-time high and attempt to reclaim 880s. If that fails, then we get that pullback into lower prices. Of course, we have a couple of support areas here below before this main area here at 580, 600 gets hit, which I would love to buy that. And I say that I would love to buy it, and I probably will. And if it fails, so be it, right? Like, this is a high probable area for reversal. I need to engage in this area, right? Like Pax says, this is it would be considered an expense, and that's it. In here, if we can't hold it, we can reverse back up. If we fail in form acceptance, which is a multi, maybe like an hour on the 5-minute, and then break down, then that can be sort of like a trigger to short. I'm still unsure if I want to do that, just because you guys know I don't really like to counter trade. But sometimes in these consolidations, they do sort of work. I mean, I was short yesterday, and that was, I was surprised myself, but I just saw the tape being so weak that I was just short, and then adding to my shorts, taking partials, adding again. But let's see here on the 5-minute here, we do have one of the setups that I track, which is a 90-minute no trend in time. And it's we're creating a wedge here. So this might break down lower into the open here. Maybe something like this, right? So we have a 90-minute no trend in time. It looks really good for some continuation lower, as so far the first back test, 264.68 prior all-time high in ES have failed. 2 prior all-time high in NQ have failed. So on the lower time frame now, if we go to the 2-minute, I'll keep this up for now because I have those drawings here. But if on the 2-minute we can get some sort of consolidation here, where we have a little micro wedge here, then that can trigger the breakdown lower, right? If we don't, then we will probably get a lower time from a 2-minute 90-minute reversal back up to this resistance. Oh, this is the 5-minute. This is good. I don't know what that was. Hey, Phoenix, good to have you here. Welcome for the first time. Hey, Tracy. Dom, I answered this on Tuesday, my friend. When do I consider the RSI divergence complete? It's not about when the RSI divergence completes. It's about location, trend structure, and then if RSI does have a divergence, right? So it's not about, like, we need to see a pullback in a lower low, lower high, lower low, and then maybe into this zone, we can trigger like a third lower low. We have RSI divergence, and then a reversal back up, right? So I would say go back to the end of my session on Tuesday with Merritt. I talk about that. But it's not about waiting for RSI to complete. That doesn't. RSI is an indicator that follows price. So, you would have to wait for price structure to complete. Then RSI will follow. Hey, Ari. Speculate. Hey, yay, welcome. Let's see how many likes are we at. We're at 250. We have 830 of you worldwide. Let's get some of those likes, guys. But look, I think at the moment it's a little bit weak. let me draw out this potential wedge. From this perspective, it's already breaking lower, but on the 2-minute, oh, weird. So we can get a breakdown here. It looks like it wants to break down. How much time do we have? 5 minutes into the open. At the moment, I will wait and not short, just because, you know, we're into some areas where it's still support. So I don't want to, you know, have to be okay if we do break down lower without me. See what happens. All right, let's see what we get. I don't even want to look at my swing account. Margin. We'll probably have to manage some of my swings as well and see what will get stopped out. Yeah, we're in that area where oh, Amazon is up. I'll take that. Weird. In this tape, yeah, we'll have to see what we get here into the open. We're still holding this wedge. I do like the bounce idea going into the open. We have 3 minutes. Oh gosh, I don't want that. All right, so we triggered that reversal here that I was talking about, that if we could not break lower, then we would see a 9 MA reversal on this lower time frame. And we're seeing that at the moment. So far on the 2-minute, it is constructive and it is bullish. We'll have to see if ES can reclaim, this zone is supposed to be red, but if it can reclaim the 68 zone, then that'll be the first sign at some bullish action, but we'll have to wait and see what happens in the morning at the open here. Might be a little bit of a slow open for me, just because I do like the long, and you guys know me, I would probably have taken this, but we do need to confirm a reclaim of this 68 in ES and then 880s in NQ. So far, so good. So if you took this, for those in the group, if you took this reversal here, Your entry was here, your stop was here, and you're already into 1.5R. You had a 16-point risk. Fantastic. So we're attempting to break that consolidation that we've been in. And now let's see what we get here into the open. Look at that bounce. Beautiful. All right, so we're back testing 68 in ES and that prior all-time high. NQ is attempting to push into that 880. So this is really the area that needs to be reclaimed. Okay, this is resistance at the moment in NQ. This is resistance at the moment. So let's see what can take place here. A little bit of a fight here. Let's see what banks are doing. The red industrials. Oh, quite a gap down in industrials. IWM, small caps gap down. Q's gap down in red. So this might look like a failed breakout now, or it might trigger that. We'll have to see. As you guys know, we're attempting a higher high, higher low. If this fails, we can get that break lower and trigger a failed breakout. Just realized I didn't mute my alarms. So let's see here. Look at that, NQ showing some strength. ES is still struggling there. You know, industrials did take a little bit of a beating into this gap down. Small caps. Yeah, small caps aren't really bouncing at the moment. What is bouncing is financials not bouncing. Semiconductors are bouncing. Software is not bouncing. You have some Mag 7 support. So you have a little bit of a divergence here. And we want to see what takes place here. Yes, struggling at the 64-68 zone. NQ's leading the way higher. It's about to test that 880s area. This is really what needs to be reclaimed. Yeah, semiconductors are helping tech right now. I think it looks like a bear flag. I don't like looking at things like that, because we're still at support, you know. Can it fail? Yes. But I don't like labeling things as a bear flag or bull flag. ES is not moving at all. It can't really reclaim this resistance area. ES into that 880s and now attempting to reject. Let's see if it can reclaim. Very weak action in ES. Yeah, FNGU, what's it at? Green. Yeah, it's Apple's red. Yeah, I mostly see semiconductors. You have Spotify, that's green. There you go. What's APP doing? APP bouncing. There you go. Look at that bounce. So if you guys took that in the group, you know, you should be taking partials up here. Beautiful reversal. So now that we are sort of attempting to reclaim, well, we're into that. We haven't really reclaimed it yet, but what I want to see is this is, you know, this is that overnight breakdown area. Let me draw that here a little bit better for you guys. You see how we were in this consolidation here in this box. So the first step is to reclaim it. If we can reclaim it, then what I want to see to engage on a move much higher is now acceptance like this to confirm that we're not going to be selling back down. And then if so, that can trigger the move back up. So let's see if that can happen. I'll keep this here. I drew this way too big for this. Let me draw that and see if we can do either something like this or a break lower, right? But I need that structure, which is acceptance in how I view it, to tell me that we are going to hold here. ES, what you want to see ES do now is sort of backtest the 64.68 and then hold and then break out higher. So far, bouncing back up. Beautiful wedge breakout on the 2-minute, if you caught that. That's why, you know, in an uptrend, you want to mostly focus on pullbacks to buy, not hood getting bought. Awesome, because I'm long that. This is where we needed to hold. Hey, Brian. All right, so let's continue watching. It's just a waiting game. I'm looking to see if we can hold here. We need some consolidation up here to really confirm that we are going to hold. If not, it's still vulnerable to getting to failing, right? So there's really no rush in my end because this can totally come back down and fail. So from a trend following perspective, I need support to be tested. I need some consolidation up here to confirm that buyers want to hold. And until then, I just have to wait, right? But I do like that we're seeing a lot of moves higher. It looks like yesterday was like a daily higher low pullback. Like you have Netflix bouncing. What is Meta doing? Attempting to bounce. Apple just higher. Microsoft not really moving. See Google bouncing. Nvidia bouncing. Semis, a little bit of bounce, green. So far, market as a whole, from a tech side, is strong. The only downside is that software is a little bit mixed. Financials, what are they doing? They're bouncing. Small caps, holding at the moment. But I'm still leaning for higher prices as long as we can hold this 880s area. And let's wait and see if we can do that. If you took this, what is this currently at? This is at, it's almost 6R. That was a great pre-market long. All right, so ES is still a little bit struggling here. There is quite a divergence. You want to see it hold on this potential pullback. That'll give you a little bit more information that we are, stepping in for buyers, and then they can move it back down to that breakdown area, which was around 64.80. So if this holds, we can get a push up here and then see what happens. For NQ, it's just a waiting game. All right, this is that potential pullback. ES is back testing this zone here. Now to see if it can hold. ES, let's see how, it can just bounce back up from here as well if we're going to be strong, but let's see if we can hold this zone because it's still vulnerable to coming back down if we cannot. MP looks good. I've been trying to buy that. I've been waiting for a pullback, but it didn't really. It's correcting sideways instead of pulling back, which I was hoping for a little bit of a deeper pullback. Would my entry have been close to your 626 2-minute candle? My entry would have been above the 626. So my entry would have triggered at 628. Shop is so weak. I got to close that. So that initial reaction here, you can see we back tested it here, just like one candle touch. That's not enough for me. It's just not enough data to tell me, hey, we are going to hold, right? Like there's just no way to really have that sort of confirmation on a 1-2-minute candle back test, right? So what I want to see here is some more consolidation, and then we get that structure to really confirm that with us. If it goes higher without me, there's no setup here for me to engage in. Same for ES. I need to see more consolidation here. So let's see, just a waiting game for me, guys, while I manage some swings. Natural gas, NG. I don't trade that at all. What's CLS doing? Oh God, CLS, what a gap down. Baba. Amazon's, the only green name for me that's paying. So weird. Did not expect that. All right, so we're still consolidating here. I'm just waiting, guys, right? There's no structure for me. One could have taken this reversal long, but I just wanted to wait for more data. Oh, NQ. Listen, I definitely need way more likes for that. All right, this is that consolidation. Well, it's not really complete. We still need more structure here, but it looks constructive so far, holding 64, 68 in ES and NQ so far holding this area here, but we need more consolidation here to, Philip. This is currently a 9 MA box, but it's not enough data to really give us a wedge, right? What would signal a reversal for you? Failure to hold this. At the moment, it's bullish action, so a failure would be just a reversal. That would be the reversal. I'm not looking to short it either because it's strong. But see, this is just a 9 MA box or a 9 MA consolidation. This is a short consolidation at the 9 MA from a putting on new risk type of idea for my approach. There's really nothing here at the moment. This is just a normal consolidation within this uptrend. So you have your higher high, higher low, and then it's looking like it's going to continue. So if we can form a wedge here, that's when I can look to engage. At the moment, there's nothing there for me. Yeah, so still holding here. ES might get that structure that we're looking for. It looks a little bit better here. So it's just a waiting in to see what happens here. Maybe something like this. Come on. So far, it looks like it wants to continue higher. What's up with you guys? You guys long already or... Thanks, Mr. Progress. Below what level? This level here, this yellow zone, 880s. Shab, good morning. Higher it is. Yes, breaking from this micro consolidation. So if you like that, please, take that long. I'm still waiting here to see if we get a better consolidation to engage in. This is what now? Yeah, straight up. There's really no pullback to consolidate. I need my 50 EMA wedge for those who remember what that is. Might just continue higher though here without me, as it hasn't really pulled back to confirm that this zone will hold. See what's fine QQQ doing. Just beautiful reversal. I think ES is going for that 680s. So next spot. So here's an update on the hourly. This was that main support idea that we were thinking that if ES could reclaim the 64.68, push back up into 64.80s, and then from there, if we can continue higher, then 64.90s. It looks at the moment like we're getting a failed breakdown. So if you're long, fantastic, see how much higher we can go. What we now need to see is some sort of pullback to test it as support and then get that continuation higher. From NQ's perspective, we did hold that back test of those prior swing highs, 780 to 800. We moved up into 880s. We so far have reclaimed it. And I mean, at this rate, you know, we might see London's high 970 here, 960s, 970s, if we just continue higher without a real pullback to engage in. If that happens, so for example, I'll change my scenarios now to say, okay, as long as any pullback to 880s hold, then I want to participate on the long side and then now target prior day high, 24,040s, right? So that's my next sort of scenario and trade idea where I'm looking for the pullback to allow me to engage and participate in what could be a pushback up higher. Because we're still in an uptrend regardless of, you know, what news may happen and what the weekly may say. The daily structure needs to end for us to get bearish. And at the moment, we just don't have that. But so far, it's going without me. No real structure here for me to engage in. Yeah, Ryan. You're short. It's going up. Long 70 in ES, and you're targeting 80. We're there now. Great trade. Nice, Faina. Yeah, same Florida, man. And that happens, you know. I mean, yeah, Paulo, you were ready to take it, but just it didn't come back. Look, if you have rules that need to be met, right? Don't you don't, you know, you're not, think about it, you're not really missing anything if the rules weren't met, right? I was waiting for a wedge structure here, a consolidation to confirm that we were holding. This is not enough time for that. Consistently over time, this is not enough. Like this could easily attempt higher and then come back down and then start that wedge structure, right? So there's really no reason for me to engage in a structure that doesn't have a high probability of a continuation. So, but if you're in that, fantastic. Look at this move, just straight up. Pay yourselves. Why not just grab the breakout and move to break even quickly? That's not my process. I can't just grab a breakout, you know, it doesn't work like that. Like my own trades need to be with intention. Let's see if we get that pullback now. Yeah, I can call the entries, you know, anybody can call it entries. And then, you know, maybe in the group they took them, this was it. I wanted to wait for more information to see if we would reclaim. Yes. Buff Jessos. Plus entering somewhere and then moving to break even, that means you don't trust your trade. Why do you need to enter something and then move immediately to break even? Right? If you trust the trade and your trade plan and your conviction, the trade should not be invalid unless your stop gets hit. Moving it to break even is just an emotional decision. But you're sort of front running, or you're anticipating that your setup will fail, and we can't really do that. Round tripping feels awful because maybe, from my perspective, one that hasn't done the work to understand the objective that they're trying to achieve with that runner, right? Like you guys see me do all the time. We take trades, I take partials, and then I'll let a trade come back all the way down, and maybe I get stopped out. But I'm looking to capture big trends. Like on Tuesday, I bought the low on that pullback, and then I rode it all the way for the rest of the day. Right, that was a huge move, 250-point move. Right, so I'm looking to participate in those trends and to let those runners come back and stop me out. Maybe if I move my stop then to break even, that's part of the strategy. All right, so we're now into that zone. We're back testing it. This is really where I want to see us form a wedge, and then I can look to engage in. This pullback here into the zone can confirm that we are, hey, Francisco, good, that's awesome. This backtest here of the zone is the backtest of this consolidation that we were in overnight. So if we do hold, and can we hold, then that we can get this wedge structure that I'm looking for, and then that will allow me to engage and participate in higher prices. Why higher? Because that would mean that this pullback here will hold, and we can continue that hourly push out higher. Okay, so let's wait for that. For ES, the same. We are pulling back into the sort of 64, 68 area. Can we wedge up here? And then from here, can we get a new breakout to confirm that we did hold that zone? Or do we break back down and fail, right? So that's where I'm looking for, and then that's what I'll look to engage in. It's still an emotional decision. If your strategy says to not move your stop into break even, but you do it to let your trade play out, then you're not following the strategy. Right? Like I have to be okay with my stop being at whatever I put it, because my studies and as I put together my own system has told me that my stop needs to be there. Right? But that's part of the strategy, and I have to follow the strategy. But if you're manually moving your stop to break even because of how you may feel, then that would probably require some more system creation along that parameter. All right, so let's see if we can get this wedge structure. I mean, QQQ 5-minute looks horrible, but it is setting up for a bigger move here whenever this happens. This is Q's 5-minute. Look at this consolidation here that we have. So this bounce that we saw was sort of a failed breakdown. We traversed all the way to the side of this range, and now consolidating right in the middle. Acceptance, consolidation up here can mean higher, and then consolidation down here can mean lower. So let's see if I can get my wedge set up to engage in and look for higher prices. Yes, a little bit stronger. There is an aggressive entry here, but because all we've done is moved back into the prior range, I don't know if it makes sense. I kind of want to wait. So the aggressive entry is above this doji candle here, which at the moment does look good for continuation higher, just because NQ is leading. But do I want to take that? Let's see if I get filled. I will try it with. Let's see if we can pull back down here and then create a higher low, and then we get the wedge. Ideally, that's the setup. We do have an aggressive entry here that could trigger a move back up, but I just don't think it's the tape for that at the moment to be aggressive like that. I do like it. Considering a long here, we break above this these highs, but that'll be on the aggressive side in case we do get a continuation higher. But this is sort of, we're starting to get that sideways structure that I'm looking for, that box. And so we have reclaimed that breakdown area, right? We have to sort of frame the idea and go step by step. We reclaimed that breakdown area at 880s. We have done a back test. Ideally, my setup here is a wedge. If we can wedge up here, then that'll sort of get me some more confirmation that we are holding this zone and then can continue higher. And I only like the aggressive side of it because Qs have been consolidating really since 8 o'clock yesterday, the QQQ, right? Which is the RTH session. And so it's creating energy for a move here. And I'm wondering if we break out from here, do we start that potential move? But it's, have to be a little bit patient. I'll check the chat in a second, guys. I just need to analyze this. Ideally, we get this pullback here for a higher low because that's what the structure I want. And then that will give me my wedge setup here. We're backed into that overnight consolidation really since Tuesday night, 950s, 960s. That's really what we need to break through and form acceptance up here. So, I do want to take it. This can push out, but let's wait and see how this continues to form here. Maybe we get a little tight structure here. Yes, is stronger. Cyclicals are moving a little bit higher now. So let me take this off. Let's see if we can pull back down a bit. NQ is a little bit weaker and it does sort of look like it wants to come down. If it can create this wedge structure here that I'm looking for, that'll be great. How would this scenario look on the 5-minute? It's really the same thing. On the 5-minute, we have a 9 MA consolidation, 9 MA box, whatever you want to call it. So far that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 candles in here. So we are creating on the 5-minute for those watching in the group. On the 5-minute, we're attempting to create now a 9 MA no trend in time. On the 2-minute, we know that is a 50 EMA wedge. Holding here, and then a breakout can trigger a move higher. So I am looking to engage in that, but waiting to see if we get a higher low, pull back in NQ. If not, I'm gonna have to engage on a potential breakout higher and then follow a new 9 MA higher high, high low uptrend on the 2-minute. So let me move this here. All right, looks like we might be getting that pullback for a higher low here, potentially. But really, you know, this is so far, it's a consolidation above the 880 zone, and that's bullish. Can it fail? Yes, but at the moment, this is exactly what we want to see for a continuation higher. Can it be choppy now? Because we're now into prior days range, really since Tuesday's overnight action. Absolutely, we hit the upper side of that, so. But at the moment, you know, this may be looking like the top of our wedge. Something like this. Yes, can't really come back down. It's leading, so maybe NQ follows now and we get a breakout here. If we do, I'll put a buy order. If we do attempt a new breakout, then I'm looking to engage in that. So let's see. We are in that consolidation structure. So we have yet to see if we can't trend, right? Let me share NQ for a second again. Here's QQQ. We really need for an hourly trend, right? Like a maybe multi-hour move. We need acceptance up here and then acceptance down here. All right, so let's see if we get that pullback now. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so let's see if we do get that breakout higher. If not, I will take a stop. And it may not be ready yet. Yeah, NQ has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have a 90 MA no trend in time on NQ on the 5-minute. And it might fail here. Why such a tight stop? Because that's where my stop goes. My stop goes on the underside of that breakout attempt. All right, so it's getting that pullback now. So I took a small stop there. Let's see now if this is that higher low that we needed. Yes, coming back down. Let's see if we can build up here. If not, if we cannot hold this zone, this 880s, which we currently are holding, then it will break back lower. So from here, can we get this? Or can we get this? Apple's red. APP pullback, software or semi-swing. CLS is really down. Google hanging out. Did hood bounce? A little bit. Bitcoin just hanging out there. KLAC, new or hires. Meta holding. All right, let's see if we can get another shot at this. So far, it's a little bit choppy because we're back inside that consolidation that we were in. Here's SPY as well. Here's how SPY looks. So you can see where all we did was move from one side of the range to the other. And this is just chop action here at the moment. So we need more structure to really tell us what we might get. I do like the idea of a short only because we have that 9 MA no trend in time. And we are in a two-way sort of tape, but I really can't short unless we form some acceptance down here. But look, this might break down here. Do I like it enough to short? So we have our wedge here. I do want to try it. The only downside is that we're into support here. And so we could see here, again, because we're still in support, we can see a failed breakdown and push back up. And see how we react after this candle. Hey, Pax. You want two things, divergence and an entry. Absolutely. I would love that. That's the best reversal. Hey, Gerardo, you can send me a message on X or Twitter. I swing trade as well, but it's mostly intraday action. All right, we have a 9 MA no trend in time on the 5-minute. We're consolidating for plenty of time. We're just chopping around here, going sideways. That shading zone is the EMA cloud. It's a 20 and 50 EMA cloud. It's what provides support. So we're still holding it. We're still at, we did reclaim this 880 zone and we're now consolidating above it. I also trade stocks, William. I swing trade stocks, and I mean that's how I started in the industry, swing trading. Swing trade stocks, day trade futures. I mean, I swing trade futures as well, all the time. What is a no trend in time? That means it's a consolidation. It's just a specific term we name the structure that we have in the private group I have. All right, so far still holding. I still like the push higher here because we're holding support. We cannot break below it. To me, that's acceptance of that. So I'm looking to just about being patient here and waiting to see if I can engage on a breakout higher. At the moment, there's really no real rejection up here. You know, I might consider a internal 9MA lower high entry here for those in the group. It's still choppy. Let's see. Do I want to? It's just choppy. Look at the cues, guys. Cues in this consolidation. It's just chop. It may not look like it here at the moment, but we're back in this like 2-day consolidation here that we've been in NQ from 880s to 960s. I do like the continuation higher. I'm considering a 9MA lower high entry with a stop at the lows. I'll join. I'll have my stop here below the last pivot. And then let's see if we can get that move higher. Let me draw my R multiples. All right, so we're attempting to break out of that wedge that I highlighted. I mean, I've been talking about it for so long already, right? Now let's see if we do get that follow through higher. I ideally would like to see the other side of this range be hit. Look, it's still range bound action, right? So can't really at the moment expect much. Here's SPY and Qs. So the idea here is that we're now attempt to break out higher. A SPY can attempt to break out from this consolidation higher. Qs can attempt a push back up to the other side of that range. Maybe get a breakout. We'll see. But at the moment, I mean, I did everything that I said I was going to do. I said I wanted to wait for a wedge. We got the wedge. I did try an aggressive trade with a small stop. That didn't work, so I took a stop. And then the wedge structure that I formed and that I'm looking for did form. This confirmed that in that moment, right, that we were holding above 880s and we could not break lower. Like it was a negotiation here that was taking place, right? We had a higher high, higher low, higher high, and then we created our wedge, right? And then from here, that's acceptance. It means that we're holding 880s, and then now a new breakout happens. And what I'm looking to now participate in is a 2-minute 9MA higher high, higher low structure to possibly upper targets. Now, I'll share. I share this on with Merritt, and I share all the time. But this is exactly what we got, guys. Look, does this not look the same as what I drew out? It's literally the same, right? Look at that. You can't tell me that's not the same thing as this, right? And all I've done is I've come to understand price via a trend sequence that it follows. Like this is literally how the market moves. I'm just the student of it, and I've been able to understand where my entries need to be, where my exits needs to be, in alignment with the zone indicator that I have, right? These zones took years to develop, like years. I iterated them so much, and I can continue to do that. But what did I sort of go over? Now this can fail, and I'm okay with that, right? I did what I had to do. I planned out my trade. I waited for my structure. I executed where I needed to, and I have my stop where I need to. Now, hopefully it continues higher. If it doesn't, then it fails, and that's it, right? So be it. But I forgot what I was going with my comment. I totally forgot. I'm blanking out. If I remember, I'll bring it up to you guys. Or maybe you guys can remind me in the chat. Do you use the same wedge breakout for your swing trading, and what do you use your criteria on exit swings? That's too much to share on here. Not that it's private, but like it's just a long conversation. Yes, I do trade the same. Yeah, I do trade the same with swings, just as day trades is the same. Because look, I'm following the market's trend structure, right? So why wouldn't I apply the same? Why wouldn't I apply the same process? Because that's how the market moves. So I am looking to participate with that structure. So it can fail here, and if it does, I have to be okay with that. So now we're getting this pullback here, this higher low. This is that area right here in yellow. Can it hold the higher low and bounce back up? If it doesn't, then what do we get? We get this. If it doesn't hold this higher low, right? I'm watching this over here too. Higher high, higher low. We're currently in that right here. This is that. Higher high, higher low. Can we stop it? Can we hold the higher low? If it doesn't hold, then I get stopped out, right? This moves back down here and I get stopped out. If it does hold, we get this. Continuation higher. So that's how the market moves. I'm waiting for that. There's really nothing for me to do at this moment other than say, okay, due to the overall range that we're in, right? SPY is attempting to break out. Q hit the top of that resistance. Can we follow through and break out? Or do we reject back down and continue this consolidation? So you see why it will make sense now for me to move my stop below this recent higher low, because the idea here is that if this recent higher low fails, then we will get this structure and not this. So why do I want to continue to participate in this trade if this fails, right? But I need this higher low to fail. What I need here before moving my stop is higher high, higher low, a bounce. When that bounce happens, then I can move my stop. But at the moment, we're potentially getting that bounce here. I want to see that hold, and then I can move my stop. The next candle needs to be above this one, needs to go above this one in order for me to move my stop. But the aggressive Chris in me wants to move my stop already, because I acknowledge that we are in. How'd you guys reach out on my Notion already? No, you cannot have access to that. Don't send a request. That's so funny. I didn't even know I shared. That's so funny. No, you guys, you can't just. This is for the group only, guys. This is for members only. Okay, I spent so much time educating that this is for the group. All right, so if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. ES is really not having follow through, so it makes me think that NQ will, you know, I will say the trade did hit 1R. I like to take partials between 1 and 1.5R, right? In case we do have follow through, great. But look, on Tuesday when I was here with Merritt, I cut a huge long, right? I bought the low on that pullback, and then I participated into that move into all-time highs. So you see why in this trade, like, I'm not really anxious about moving my stop, because following this exact process will allow me to participate in huge moves that can happen in the market. And that's what I'm looking to do. So if it doesn't work on this trade, there's no move happening at the moment, right? And so if there's no move happening, then there's really not much for me to do, right? Like, I'm a trend follower. If the trend is not, all right, so we got that break above the last candle. So now I can move my stop up. So I have very little risk in the trade now, because I waited for the higher high, higher low, bounce from the higher low. And now, can it fail from here? Yes. But you see how I waited? My requirement was met. And because my requirement was met, I am now approved to move my stop up. I'm not moving my stop up to break even because of my emotions, right? It's systematic process every single trade, in the trade plan creation, in the trade review that you do at the end of the day, in your execution, in your analysis, in how you frame your ideas. It's always an if then else. For me, you may have success in whatever you're doing. Fantastic. I can't tell you anything. But I have to follow my process, right? It's what makes me money and what allows me to create the life that I always wanted of. And now if this fails, well, guess what? My rules allowed me to now move my stop, and I have very little risk, right? Like, let's see, my entry was at what, 27. I have a 3-point risk. Guys. That's nothing. But you see how following rules for me allows me to have a stress-free and anxious-free trading career that allows me then to make it more sustainable. Because look, I was talking with friends about this. My Mondays are my Fridays, right? My Fridays are another great day to show up and execute. Why? Because I minimize all opportunities for me to be stressed out, and therefore the next day I'm refreshed. And I can do that over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? Like, gosh, I forgot that football player's name when he just is talking about Marshawn Lynch, where he says just over and over and over and over. It's the same thing. He gets it on a performance level. This is what this is. This is a performance game. You have to follow your rules over and over and over and over again. Same thing with baseball players. Same thing with golfers, basketball players. This is a performance game, guys. Follow, this is the World Cup. This is the championship every single week. Over and over and over and over again. Yeah, exactly. So hopefully you guys take that lesson with you and apply. My only suggestion, gift for you guys would be, hey, apply more systematic process. And I'm a big advocate for that. I would say it changed my trading around. It allowed me to remove a lot of, look, what happens when people go through losses and then go on tilt? Why are they going on tilt? They don't have a framework, rules in place to stop them from going on tilt. My rules helped me avoid that. And that's, I would say, a huge part, a huge problem in our emotional and mental decision in trading. If I can remove that, how how further ahead will I be than those others who they have 2 losses and then they go on tilt? Why? There's so much of that foundation missing in their structure and their approach that they don't have that sustainable, foundation to allow them to have an efficient and an effective process. And I get passionate about this because look, guys, this changed my life. It allowed me to create the life that I want. It allows me to take care of my family. It allows me to prepare myself in case my health goes down again. As you guys know, I've been through 2 kidney transplants, kidney failure, kidney disease all the time. Let's see if I can get hit here on my target. Would be fantastic. Yeah, I'm super, I was gonna say the F word. I'm super hyped up because look, guys, if we're not doing this to get better and mastering ourselves, then what are we doing this for, right? We owe it to ourselves and our family. And I get into Pax mode here because what he says is right? He has seen so many lows that you understand eventually you have the awareness to know, hey, what am I doing this for? I'm doing this for my family, for my health. Look, I'm my parents' retirement account, right? If I get sick, who's that retirement account? Obviously not me. So what did I need to do? I needed to get really effing good at making money in case my health goes down. And that's literally what I needed to do. I can't, Peter. But look, I missed this move here from the bottom. Not James, I totally agree with that. But look, they allocated all of their money to save my life when I was sick, right? In order to save my life, my sister passed away from kidney failure. I had kidney failure. All the money went away to help me. So, yeah, sorry. I said it. But I mean, I'm just so passionate about this. And I talk to so many of you guys, right, who need to make it happen, need to, and hopefully this fires you guys up to get better at this, right? So it's not about the cards, guys. It's not about the money. Like, look, the money's fantastic, right? And I don't touch most of it. I put it into my swing account and then I grow that even more. And then I put more money in there and grow it. Because look, we want that to be millions of dollars. And from there, that the rest, you don't need to work anymore. But that was my sermon for the day. I go on rants like this in the group. But it's really what when you approach life with something bigger than yourself like that, you say, okay, I need to follow my rules, right? I need to I got to stop messing around. Like if you're messing around on the Lakers or Heat or the Dodgers, whatever, they kick you out, you get transferred. It's the same thing here. Why aren't you auditing yourself? Right? It's just a hobby then at the end of the day. Like, let's be real. Do you want it to be a hobby or do you want to make it a career and have it replace your I know, Butters. Right? It's either a hobby or it's your career. And if you're trying to make it a career, then you need to do what your job is, plain and simple. Okay? If you don't do your job, you're fired. Any other, like I can't, it's white and black like that. That's real trading. Yeah. Listen, guys, those reaching out to join the group, you can send me a message on Twitter. It was just shared, but I'll write it here for you guys while we let this trade play out. Doo-doo-doo. That's my Twitter or my X me. Okay, just X me. Thanks, Video Starcade. Thanks, guys. No, I'm trading micros in this account. On the day trade account, I trade micros. On the swing account, I'll swing trade minis, usually 3 to 5. Side note, Laura says, side note, your hair looks great today. Hey, listen, if I am nothing without good hair. Okay. You think it's trading? No, it's the hair. What is the wedge chart time frame? This is a 2-minute. So, to recap, I shared in the plan what we could possibly get. We got that with an if then else, right? Like if we reclaim 880s, I mean, it's really simple like this. If NQ reclaims 880s, can we now pull back, form some consolidation, wedge structure, and then break out higher? It looks like we're getting that now, right? So if we go to the 5-minute here, what took place? We reclaimed it, pulled back, created a 90-minute no trend in time, which is for those in the group, we know that. And then we broke out higher. Now, inside, right, the internal structure of that 90-minute no trend in time was whoa, that's not what I want to do, was a 50 EMA wedge, which is my go-to setup for directional trades. And I share that here. It's one of the main setups we trade. And what this highlights is acceptance above a recent resistance area, which again, it was resistance because we broke, this was support, right? Why can't this was support. We reclaimed it, which then turned into, or we broke below it, sorry, which then turned into resistance, right? That we had to reclaim. We reclaimed it, and guess what? It now acted as support. So that happened in real time, and I said, hey, this is what we can see, right? And that's exactly what we got. And I shared this drawing here. Can we get this? Can we get the breakout, higher high, higher low, and continue at higher new 9MA uptrend? Okay, what did we get? We got the wedge structure, right? We had our higher high, higher low, 9MA uptrend. That ended. We had our swing low, swing high, our 50 EMA wedge. We broke out, higher high, pull back, higher low, held, and now we continued higher. So you see it, again, I'm just a student of the trend of the market structure. I'm looking to participate in trends consistently over time, and occasionally go on a rant on why we need to make this happen, right? For yourself and for your family to really maybe just have a better life if you already have a great one, or maybe turn things around if you really need that. If you really need that, right? Like I really needed that myself. So, and then we go back to SPY and QQQ here. And what do you know? We're sort of, as of now, we're having follow through of the breakout of this consolidation. Now, what do we see? We need to see next. Well, we need to see maybe a potential pullback if it happens, consolidate, form acceptance yet again above this breakout, and then higher, right? If then else, always. And so far, we're getting that move. Let's go over some of these questions. Hey, thanks so much for the comments, guys. All right. Thank you. It means a lot. I'm more than happy to share literal losses on the screen, but losses in real life that have become blessings, right? And look, at the end of the day, we have to be grateful for what we've been through because if it weren't for those things that we went through, we wouldn't really have the courage or the confidence to then do what we need to do and become that person we want to become, right? If we don't go through the losses and if we don't go through the drawdowns early in our trading career, then we don't find gratitude later then to say, okay, all those losses were lessons because now I know what to avoid, right? Like I would always take, I would get long on a failed breakout. I would get short on a failed breakdown, and then I would get stopped out. So what did that teach me? It taught me to wait for acceptance, and that's what this wedge is. That happened, and I said, okay, well, I'm no longer going to short into support, no longer going too long into resistance. I'm going to wait for acceptance. Does that mean less trades? Yes. Does that mean a higher win rate? Yes. Right. So you need to do what you find that you need to do. Shuvo, yeah, you can access or reach out, send me a message on X, on Twitter. All these don't have an X account, an alternative to contact me. You can email me at christian@paradigmshifttrading.com. Any investment books I recommend? Investing or trading? On the trading side, all the books by Dr. Van Tharp. He's a systematic mentor, coach. I mean, just I learned so much from him. Thanks, Bean. I really appreciate that. Thanks for that comment. Hey, Michael, thank you. Occasional rant. Keep it real. Huge value in recessions. Thank you so much, Austin. Joe, my key levels are a zones indicator that I created that they're only available for members of the group, just because there's a lot of teaching that goes with this. It's not just like some levels indicator that I can share with you guys, right? Like there's the colors mean different things. How we apply them in our trade plan process matters. How we look to execute around them matters. And so there's a lot of teaching involved. So that's only available for members. A lot, Happy. I tip my barber a lot. Okay. You don't want to know how much I pay for my haircut. Warren asked, did I use this setup because of today's conviction structure? Or is this a setup you simply look for every day? I look for this setup. Look, I have a reversal setup, which if you guys have seen me trade is when we come down into support and have like a lower low, lower high structure, right? And let's say I'll take the reversal of that bounce. And then that's my reversal setup. My directional setup is this. It's when we reclaim a resistance or a support zone from the other side, like we did here, right? We broke down some chop, reclaimed it, and then back tested it, held, created some acceptance. And then that's my directional setup, because then it allows me to engage with the break of a lower time frame breakout to then participate in the continuation of that move higher that we've seen from here to possibly here, right? So I'm looking to capture some of that move. Get to the roots of the kidney problem. Is it something wrong with the water supply? I used to drink unboiled water and used to get stomach aches. Nothing like that, my friend. My kidneys literally failed from, I mean, I won't go into the whole medical terms, but you have filters. Water goes in here, minerals, potassium, sodium. If I'm sharing that there, potassium, sodium. When you get scar tissue there, they close up, right? So they're typically like this, they close up. When they close up, the sodium, potassium gets stuck in your body, and that causes kidney failure. High sodium, we can see what that means. High potassium can give you a heart attack. High phosphorus, the phosphorus will start coming out of your skin and it'll make your skin really itchy. Hey, yes, Jay, you know it. So that's what happens to my kidneys. The filters closed up due to scars. And I could not, that's why you have people in dialysis, because you can't go to the bathroom. You can't, urinate, because you're retaining everything. All the minerals that you're supposed to excrete out, you keep them, and that causes heart problem, blood pressure. And I went through all of that. I was taking, 6 blood pressure medicines a day, in order to keep my blood pressure still high. But, like, I've gone to the ER on blood pressure that's been over 200, like 120, 220, very close to, like I've gone multiple times to the ER in a month. But that's reality, and that's what message is here for trading. This is reality. It's like it's not a game, it's not a hobby. You need to be serious about it, and you show up and execute. Right? So, like, there was a question here, how did I come to this mindset or thinking? It came from creating a disciplined approach for my health. And then that transferred. I'm gonna take some off here at 3R if I can get filled out. Thanks, Peter. You're a natural teacher as well. Apart from that, you're on another level as a trader, plus doing all this live, inspiring and educating so many people. Thank you so much. I created the group to help people get the opportunity to create the life they want, just as I have been blessed with. Looks like we can get hopefully get taken out on the other. Let's see where we are. I'm just gonna take some out here. All right, so I took more off at 2.8R. Just because we look really extended on the 5-minute, and it could probably serve as a pullback area. But I'll look for rest here into this other zone. Just a fantastic trading day, right? Yet again, for some reason. So hopefully we're making money every time you guys see me on here. Larry, I might take you up on that later in life. Don't say that now. Gosh, I don't want to mispronounce your name. I'll say OO. Sorry to hear that about your mom. Yes, health is the most important thing, guys. Without health, we are, without our health, we can't show up and execute. And what a great, we have to be grateful for the opportunity that we get to take time out of our day to be in the chat and participate in the markets, right? To show up every day and trade. That's an opportunity that many don't get. So, being reminded of that gratitude, it will take you further in trading as well, because coming from a place of gratitude in trading will always, to me, it helps me avoid FOMO as well. Like, I'm just grateful to be here, right? I I get to make money. I get to help others. So it's fantastic, and I get to share with you guys. By the way, we have 900 in here. I think that's the most I've seen from my own segment. So thanks so much for watching me on Thursdays. But we got to get those likes up, guys. We're at 450. Oh, we can see messages now on the screen. Look, guys, we got to get at least to 600 on likes here. Got to get still something to work. I broke 1K, Shab. That's awesome. Gifts are welcomed. Okay. The people like it, I got to give the people what they want. Hey, Dave, I'm so sorry. Oh, you had that as a kid. What happened? Now you no longer have it. Shake. Oh, nice, Savannah and Kevin. Thank you. Good partial area, right? I took partials right here. 2.8R. Good partial area. Now I'm sitting in a quarter of my trade with a stop, very little risk. And I can now give price the opportunity to figure itself out, like, some did in college, and continue higher. If we are to continue higher, I mean, we are in an uptrend. Am I Indian? No. I am Mexican. I am from that place where they have tacos. I've seen that skit where this guy's questioning. No, I think it's this girl questioning, and she's like, everything's the same. It's just mixed differently. All the Mexican food. It's some form of tortilla, meat, horchata. What would I? Yes, Omid, but the tacos where you're at, not the best. Gene, my email is let me do that here before I get off. That's my email. If you want to send me an email, I'll FedEx some tacos for sure. We have so many good ones over here. We're missing out. We have a lot of Spanish speaking people here. Fantastic. Yes, this pattern seems to be forming similar to the trade I took. Why? Because the pattern, the structure repeats over and over and over again, and over and over and over. Hey, Jim, good to see you on here. Micheladas are good, stream side. I no longer drink, but enjoy one for me. If this was a World Cup, I'd win it. Oh. How do I decide if I send the runner? This is a good question, actually. What time is it? All right, this is a good question. How do I decide if I decide to send the runner for a swing, or if you get out of your trade at the third? Part of my strategy is to hold my runners indefinitely, right? If I do that, then the Marshall Lynch strat. If I do that, oh, David, congrats, man. Focus on your health, focus on your diet, okay? Take your medicine on time. 6 months out of a kidney transplant, fantastic. Send me an email so we can talk. Okay, I can help with whatever I can, and share. From 20 years of dealing with kidney. I mean, I'm my own nephrologist at this point. I've developed my runners to be part of the strategy where I hold them indefinitely. If they come back to break even, I have no problem with that. I don't mind the round tripping, right? Because obviously not in this trade, but in my swing trade, I'll put on 3 to 5 minis and I'll look for a swing. I'm able to make more money. I'll be able to make more money by letting my runners be part of the strategy that runs, right? Because I am a trend follower. So that's why I look to let my runners run as part of the strategy. I don't know. I like both. I did go to an Argentinian restaurant in Sedona over the weekend, and fantastic. I never trade CL. Messi or Ronaldo. Believe it or not, I'm not into soccer. Look, I was a sick kid in college. I mean, in high school, and right. So I didn't have sports. I was trying not to die. So I never got into sports. My sports was my health. Yeah, Jim. Sedona is beautiful. I did a vortex tour. Super awesome. All right. Well, I'm just gonna move my stop to break even at this point. I do speak Espanol.
Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy?
What's up, Stowe? The Stowe Masters here.
Great trades again today, dude.
Thank you. How was your trading morning?
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Trying to get into this. I've kind of got a bad feel there. Trying to see if this is going to be a continuation spot, or if we're going to rotate back down.
Yeah. I mean, we're sort of now back testing that overnight resistance around 950s.
Yeah. Let's see. ES is leading a little bit. I should wait for ES.
Pretty weak now. Probably get stopped out at break even on my other trade. Did you buy the lows this morning?
I did, yeah. I got in. They snapped me out once, but I did get in at 849. Got a good one off. I kind of fought around the 920 area with I flipped short up there. But then once that was defeated, I slapped long again. So yeah, overall very good. Very good morning. Trying to get, if we're going to get out of this now. This is kind of a inflection point on a weekly time frame right here for me at this 950 spot now. I need to see if ES is going to get back inside 87.
Yeah, we're doing well. I mean, we're holding here, attempting to hold.
Yeah. I kind of missed that. I don't know. Yeah, it's flipping on me a little bit. I don't know if I should wait for VWAP.
I mean, it's a good area. That resistance from the overnight range that we were in. So this could be a back test that holds and sets us up for higher.
Yep. Yeah, I definitely think that it's doing trendy price discovery things today. So just need to figure out that spot to get in. I got all my Delta stuff working here. There's a guy at 58. I'm going to get off of that fill if I can. 58.25. Yeah, I'm going to take a tiny trim. There you go.
Yeah, a big block trader here?
Not necessarily huge. It's just like 70 lots, but oftentimes this will they've been doing it a lot the last couple days. You know, the white van, they advertised a little higher, and then just then they pulled off. So it's just like weird liquidity games that go on. There you go. Let's get some sweeps, boys. Let's get some sweeps. Keep it going. Watching ES. ES looks good too. Okay, cool.
So far, so good.
Yeah, we at least got half of it off. I don't know if I would like to wait. This is I don't know. This is like some B continuation here. Maybe like a B minus continuation trade right here. If it's really strong, it'll keep going. But A plus is still down here. This node from 880 to 900 is insane that was protected this entire time. That's why I was leaning short off this 920 and I wanted to rotate back to the open, but this was just a brick wall down here at the 900s, and it protected this big LVN right here. So yeah, then I was like, all right, I'm not going to fight this. I'm not good at shorts anyway, so I don't know why I'm clicking this button this many times.
Oh man. All right. I have to head out.
All right,
Good
brother.
morning.
Well, good trading again, dude. You're on a streak.
Thanks, my friend.
Give it up for Chris, chat, again.
Stowe, enjoy the rest of your morning. All right. Make all the points for us.
All right, brother. I will.
And chat, good to talk to everybody. I'll see you guys next week. All right. Take care.
Good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, give it up for Chris. He really is putting on a clinic every time I see him trade. It's insane. Hey, Tracy, morning. What is up? Yeah, I see we turned pretty hard at that big round number up there. We'll see. I don't know. Trend could be over. Yeah, we're kind of flattening out up here a little bit. We've checked a bunch of boxes. We ran the IB right after it was set, so that's done. Overnight high is run. ES got its overnight high. ES ran its IB. Yeah, we could continue this pullback. And we'll see if this 50 guy wants to hold. So I'll bring up a ugly chart real fast and show you what I'm looking at for that. Dun, dun, dun. Ugly chart. So this white, this beige guy here is the top band of the weekly. And this is what we're fighting to get back into and stay into, is this top band. On the higher time frame, monthly band, the big yellow guy, I know it looked like a pretty extreme sell-off off of that news, but I mean, all we really did is come back and test these highs and test the bottom portion of the upper band. So monthly trend is still extremely strong for me. So I was happy to get on board long. We opened above. Yeah, we opened above the previous month high. So it was, and the bid came in. So it's like, all right, well, let's go. That's why I don't pay much attention to the news bits. Often it's still caught by something that is relatively high time frame. And if you just pull up, what is this, an hourly chart, 30-minute? Yeah, if you just pull up a 30-minute or an hourly chart and just mark, some previous wicks, you can see this stuff fairly easily. Within a Mustang. How's everybody else doing? Hey, morning, Larry. I appreciate you, brother. Good morning. Hey, good afternoon, Germany. Clara, good afternoon. Morning, Apple Butter. Good morning. Is Trump talking again today? Is that a thing? 1 o'clock. Okay. Fair enough. Good to know. Yeah, fighting with this spot. See. Actually, I'm going to throw this over here. ES did a lot of good work today. I'm banging off this previous day close now. I'll probably get stopped on this second lot. Coming into today, this is what I was looking at. You know, obviously this is our big news candle here, but we go back to the 30-second opening range of the London session, which you know is what I use for my Globex pivot. And price fairly happy above until this news candle. And yeah, this is violence. So that's cool. Then we got back up into that pivot, and you know, it auctioned it for a little bit, but those buyers eventually showed themselves to still exist. So that's why we wanted to stay long. Yeah, it's kind of balancing out now. Just trying to figure out if I want to stay here. So this is the previous day close where we're kind of kicking around right now. And we're in this leg. So it's not a super strong trend anymore because we have now had a 60-point rotation down out of it. So that's how I use that delta volume profile as a trend clue. So trend dying off a little bit. You can see that band flattening out. Bid stepping in. Need to get over that 352 guy. So as we're coming down, and this delta volume profile is showing us a down rotation in a, you know, a day that has shown some upward trend. That's when we're looking for, you know, the opposite of what we look for when we're long. So if this is going to walk itself down, where blue team is resistance and red team is getting not getting rewarded for buying, that's what we need to be aware of. So if it's going to reverse down here, it'll happen in this back and forth. So this is some two-way trade right here. Blue team on top, red team on bottom. Bid versus offer. Hey, Lumen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So yeah, I often explain that the red team, blue team thing as, so that's red team is negative delta, and what that is offers crossing the spread from the offer side to the bid side. So those are market orders, market sells. And if those are serving as resistance, that means that there's passive buying there that's supporting that. So is bid being rewarded or is offer being rewarded? Right now, offer is being rewarded on this retrace. I'm trying to see if this previous day close is going to hold this up for the, I don't know, fourth time. it's not something I like to count on. All right, so we got, all right, it's 11:10. This is a good time to, you know, take some profit, rotate back down to the London 30-second opening range. Also happens to be the point of control. So this is a pretty dicey ad up here. I'm not loving it. Yeah, I'm just gonna get out. That's fine. It's not a good. I didn't have my stop in a very good place. Pretty much had my stop at like 37. View ops right here. We're outside of the +1, so no point in keep trying to smash into this. We can get a good. We need to get a good pullback spot. Not all these equal lows right here. Yeah, ES is doing the same thing. It's coming down. Cool. All right, let's answer some questions. Sounds good. Oh, you still talking? Oh, okay. That's fair. I've got it on my news thing for 1 o'clock, but the man likes the microphone. What do you can't blame him. Oh, okay. Cool. Good to know. Thanks, Tracy. Smoking behind. Yosto, do you look at TPOs or volume profile for what kind of profile when we're build on intraday basis? Because delta profile can mess you up if you're against the trend. I don't know. Yeah, I look at volume profile at the same time for sure. Of course. I'm only really looking at delta profile like at inflection points and to see what's happening in the micro trend. So this is a 60-point rotation down right now. So the big trend has ended because I have this set to reset every 60 points. Hold on. I'm going to run view up and keep going. I'll try it. I have this set to reset every 60-point rotation. So that was selling at the top. They crossed the spread into the bid here and were rewarded for that. More crossing the spread into the bid, more crossing the spread into the bid. So this selling all rewarded, all of this. Then this bid tried to catch it here. And this passive offer followed it down. And now this passive offer was rewarded. And this bid was not rewarded because now we're beneath it. It is showing back up here, but need to be cognizant. How much further does ES have to go down? It might turn right there. It's not a bad spot. Okay. Cool. One thing that you can always do, don't be afraid to do it, is just reposition. Like you guys saw, I had my stop in a horrible place. It was like 5 points above the RTH VWAP. That's an extremely stupid place to have your stop. So just let the mechanics that usually happen, and then get in again if you still see something there. So now we've let VWAP get run. We've retested all of this stuff. If we're going to bounce here, that's great. And now my stop can be in a productive place down here at 924. If it doesn't bounce here, I mean, we'll see that too, but we're at least trying to be on the right side of the V after, a pullback scenario that we look for has finished up. There's still plenty of offer though, so I'm not super confident in this bounce. In the continuation, especially since we've had that 60-point rotation down. Ooh, that was very aggressive. The end. I definitely slammed the book there. What time do I got? 11:15 now. Let's see if they're chasing it down or if they're going to pull on the way back up. Way your ways. Yeah, so it looks to me like, this isn't excellent. So what happened is we retested this offer or this bid here, this negative delta right here with this candle Couldn't quite get through it. Try it now again. And they certainly slammed it down. Man, the previous day close can sometimes be such a messy place to engage too. When all that MGI lines up like that, it can be super annoying. It's trying to get happy. You got to cross, Mr. Bid, if you want to go. You got to cross over. There you go. All right. Woo! Nice one. Feeling good. Cool. So we got half off there. Let's put this up here and then keep watching. So we're still watching this red team, blue team. This blue team still rewarded. Now we're back inside of this bid spot. We'll see if they want to show up. And if this is actually a pullback that's going to go for continuation, we will find out. Oh, Dagos, thanks. Some people don't love the energy, so it's nice. It's nice to see. Some people enjoy it. I try to have fun. I know that it's like it's not necessarily great to get celebratory when your stuff works, but like this is fun for me. So I like to roll with it. Good morning, Happy Crab. Happy Crab. Good morning, Happy Crab. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Mike. What's up, brother? Yeah, I actually like this time. This is often when London closing, like after a morning trend, is often the the continuation, the reversal spot. So it's nice that we get to hang out and try to find that out together. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's certainly getting a lot grouchier. It's just becoming more of a two-way trade down here now. The trend is definitely fading. And so here we are again looking at these VWAP bands, right? So we came on stream like right here. See, this band was flattening out. Now it's compressing. So you can see it start to dip down. The bottom one's still pointing up, but it's compressing. The range is getting smaller. All good things to note. You don't want to be aggressively pushing into a range that is narrowing. We've created, I don't know, we can look at the volume profile too. So we've got 3 big nodes here. This node is volume that has been left behind. So is this down here. Here's this crazy LVN that I was leaning off of this long. Yeah, but we're kind of in the middle of value now, so we can go anywhere. ES looks better. ES looks a little less indecisive. But we wait. We'll see. Good job, Ficos. That's awesome. Dude, that's all it takes, man. You got to give yourself those positive reinforcement reps. Like that's how you build good habits. That's how you build anything, You just need to do the same thing in a row for 2 weeks and then it will start to become instinctual. I think that applies to everything. It does for me anyway. If I'm trying to form a habit, all I really need is 2 weeks on that. That was a big push. Can't get through VWAP again. You're welcome, bud. Okay, we're coming back to test this range now. A lot of selling. Probably get stopped on the second lot. Yep. So this 920 spot, that's our V range high. This is also something that happens a lot at the London close, is it will come back to hang out at its opening range. Then we can see the responsiveness off that. Now we can remember that before the news, there was no, there was no selling below this from London. So these dudes before that news scandal happened, they were all long. Yes, being relatively productive down here too. Okay. Let's see. We can cross back above this. We'll give it another shot. Time we got 11:21. Okay, so 10 more minutes. Yep, still selling. Let's see. Patience, patience. There's still a lot of supportive bid down here in this 920 spot. It sure has been worked a billion times. I'm surprised it's not the point of control. We'll start right here. You need back to 830, Steve. All right. That's pretty far, dude. But appreciate the kind words. I mean, it could go back to 830s. It's certainly doing some selling at the moment, but this 920 spot was heavily fought. They tried to sell this back to 830, like right here, a billion times. I was with them. I tried to get in that too. This LVN was insane though. Constructively, I would like to see this get run. Or at least find a buyer down here below these stops. But you never know. It could be aggressive enough that it never goes down there. We might never trade that price again. There is no way to know. No Irish coffee. It's the morning time. I'm somebody's dad. I can't be drinking Irish coffees in the morning. Are you crazy? On a Thursday? Yeah, Mark, it did get quite a bit of abuse. Okay, let's see. Final 5 minutes here off in a time. Yeah, I would love to see those stops get run and then bid quickly back up. They still make event contracts, Joe? I never messed with those. All right, this is what we're looking at. You gonna hold again? There you go. All right, that takes those stops. Previous day low here is 886 also. Okay. 886. ES kind of in a good spot too. Here comes our 30 or 5-minute opening range mid as well as right here. I'm going to hold on for that. ES at this 70 spot. Let's see. That was pretty responsive. Got to get back above the previous day low. This is also the high of the 30-second opening range right here too. Let's see. Pretty heavy. Got us on that one. Gonna take another shot. It's rock bottom. It's not bad. Got to get above this previous day low, though. There's not a lot of passive offer coming in right here, so I'm still encouraged by that. Bid refreshing at the mid. There you go. That make me happy. Let's see. Again, fight with this previous day low. Where's my stop at? 860. RTH Open didn't quite get hit again. Would have liked to see that get tested. What are you going to do? It's not always clean. All right, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this here. Let's start to see this step in. We can always add one if we get out of this. We get out of this -1. So now we're on the other side of this LVN. So we might be in counter trend world at the moment. So okay. So that passive sell got retested and then auctioned a little bit. So now it went below that 100 threshold. You can see. That's why I like have those thresholds there. When the bars go away, that becomes more of a complete auction. Yeah, and there he is again, stepping back in. So let me zoom in so we can see it. Oh, whoops, sorry about this. Make sure my position tracker always gets extremely strange. Yeah, see, now this bid came in right here to support it. So this was an offer, a passive selling. It's flipped to a bid. We'll put a anchor view up on that too. We'll see if this is going to end here. Still pretty heavy. We got our turn. This LVN going to be a pain, huh? Every day. Neil says bounce after Navarro stops yapping. Jay Navarro? Let's see, 668 over there, 470. Really fighting around this previous day low spot. There's nothing you can do about these large MGI levels if they're going to sit there and fight with each other. It's just what's going to happen. Offer still, yeah, it's not really crossing. The tape is fine. Not very bid heavy. Let's see what we came back into. We ran that stop too. That's nice. Yep. We just got to hold on. It's not quite happening as fast as I would like it to, which is fine. You know, you don't get to run the market. It doesn't get to do exactly what you want it to do. We've rejected this low once, so I would like to get back in here convincingly. And then once that happens, it's working on it. Back over 900. There we go. There is a lot of offer fits. There is quite a bit of offer, but I mean, the bid is stepping in on the bid side also aggressively. And what we're going to do is we're just going to watch for this to come back here, retest this spot of this LVN. And then if we move away from it again, we'll add. If we come back inside, we're not going to add. We'll probably just kill it. Because, I mean, we got 20 points on the table. $400 ain't nothing to shake a stick at, you know? Well, I guess you could. You could shake a stick at whatever you wanted to. Okay, this is where we're looking for bid to step back in, right here. Watching, watching, watching. Back to previous day low now. Very aggressive. Absorbed quite a bit. Okay. Back above this bid guy. You see, watching that 220 guy right there? That's what we're looking at. That's where we're going to lean. Going to lean right there. That guy's going to hold. He's going to hold. If not, we'll be right out. Ooh, offer. Offer followed it down. 47.88. Just trying to see if they're going to pull. That's what they should be doing if it's going to continue. Often what this looks like is, yeah, not loving that offer's standing there now. But bid's still stepping in. Previous day low was an annoying spot. Early this morning, too. There you go. Now they're crossing. Okay. ES still okay. It's not doing anything weird. ES is not, ES is rejecting its -1 standard deviation band right now. Again, this is not moving fast enough for me, but yeah, so tricky. I hate it. I'm really starting to hate it. I'm really, really, really starting to hate it. We can't get out of this thing. Come on. There you go. All right. So we took our ad off here. Back to one. Back to one lot. I mean, that's a ton of selling down here that didn't get anywhere. I'm going to put one more on. It's starting to look less awesome. I don't know how much longer this 880 spot can keep rebidding like that. What time is it? 11:38. So we already got our close. See the offer just sweeping down into these dudes too. And it's staying bid here. If that selling doesn't get rewarded, it will reverse, but it's really aggressive selling too. Let's see. You keep getting those big pops. It's not moving fast enough. It's just like turbo bid guy at 880. I don't know how many bullets he could possibly have left. I guess infinity. I'm not a bank. I don't know how many bullets banks have. Seems bid. They keep stacking it. Bid keeps stacking. I don't want to be in this trade anymore. Let me tell you that. But that sometimes is the trade that you got to hold on to. Kind of stacking down now. Hit the mid again. This is also top of the 30-second OR. Super aggressive out of there. I'm going to add one there at the mid. we come back up to the previous day low here at 886. I'll see reaction. Need the offer to pull here if we're going to continue. Looks like they're stacking back up a little bit. What's ES doing? 72s. It's back. It's still outside. I rejected the previous day low now. Quite the little battle we got brewing right here, huh? Little war. You got to take him out, bid. If you want to go, you got to go. Does not want to go. We're stuck at that blue guy. Can't bid through him at the moment. I'll take one off there. Okay, back down to one lot. Just trying to manage this risk. This is where I want to see a bounce. I don't know exactly where it's going to happen, but this is, or if it's going to happen at all, by the way. I could be completely wrong, and we're going to trade all the way down through the OR low. But just trying to hang with this bid and get out when I get out, get in when I get in, and manage risk along the way. $355. Yeah, a weird little profile on ES too. We left a lot up there, huh? Oh, I don't know. Is that true, Corner? Is London close at 12:30? I can never keep up with the daylight savings time stuff. I know that does affect it in some way, but I don't have a single clue how. Man, this is war down here. This is nuts. It's 4:43 right now in London. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, they're done. Yeah, me too, Jim. Pretty sure. But it does get weird with daylight savings time, doesn't it? I don't know. Hey, no prob, Corner. Hey, I don't know, man. I believe you. All this selling. If this gets rewarded, we will get down to 8:30. I forget who asked for that, but stream side, I don't want to put a world clock on my computer because I only believe Eastern Standard Time exists, and I want everybody else to be on my time. That's why I give Leo so much hell all the time for being in CST. Boy, it sure is spending some time down here, huh? The longer this chills down here, the less I like it. But you never know. You never know how long it's going to take. We sure did leave a bunch of volume up there, though. If we can't get to the other side of this LVN, that's going to be gross. The whole world is resting on Leo's 5-minute opening range mid right now. And it's VWAP. That's right. WAP. Wait, I've actually forgotten which side of that argument I'm supposed to be on. The thing, okay, so Fitzwild says it feels like it wants to try 860 again. Now, all of this is super possible, right? But this is how this is how I approach situations like this, where we are clearly at an inflection point. This is previous day low here at 886. This is a bunch of bid that is currently supportive. This retest right here is, a common trade that we all take that, Leo's explained an infinite amount of times. You do have to watch for responsive action at this spot to stay in it, though. And what I like here, now again, I don't know what's going to happen. I could get stopped out. It could go higher. Anything can literally happen right now, but this is my logic for this spot. Aggressive sell down. This was a spike. If you can see, I had a stop right here that got eaten. So this took me out. Oh, now what's going on? Somebody say something? Bank error in our favor? So it seems. Nice. So anyways, this spike here felt good. This was immediately met with all of this bid right here. It tried to sell past this. It was snapped. This bounced so fast off of this. I jumped right back in right here. And then it came back down, re-auctioned this area again, re-auctioned the previous day low. And now it's making a decision again up here at 905 if it wants to get back inside of this volume or if we're going to stay down here in this distribution. So it could go anywhere, literally. It can do whatever it wants to do. It's the stock market. It's the futures market. It's insane. But this is a good spike down here to lean off of. And then it retested the OR mid like 9,000 times. Taking that, the context of the day, the context of the week, the context of the month, all into account, that's why I'm leaning right here so hard. And we had to manage risk on this twice, right? Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when price is coming back in your face all the time? You got to take some risk off. We added, took off, added, took off. Now we're also stacking like 6 to 10 points at a time every time we do one of those ads and pulls. So, I mean, this is also how you grind out good scalps within an idea of the entire day. We got 40 points in it. So obviously, this worked. This worked for us. That's good. I'm actually going to kill it now. So all I really want on this day is the point of control, because I think this is going to turn into a weird balance day. But this could have easily gone against us very fast. This selling could have been rewarded, and this buying could have been punished, and we'd be down here testing the RTH open OR low. You never know what's going to happen. Did we get lucky? I don't know. All we did was execute with our plan, with our style at our spot. That's literally all you can control. What'd I do, Justin? Why are you laughing at me? What happened? Did I do something stupid? It's possible. Boy, ES looked a lot nicer. That was much kinder over there. Cool. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Good sequence. Good sequence, guys. JS says it's rigged if we don't hit 960. Yeah, it's not. I mean, you don't always hit the stuff, Oh, that's funny, Justin. All right, fair enough. Sorry. Yeah, Fitz, the point of control is that's just where most of the volume has been traded inside the volume profile. It's just this blue line here. So this serves as like, I mean, there's lots of different volume profiles you can get into studying. And you only really know what the profile is going to look like at the end of the day. So I like to say that like the market opens and you kind of have it, you're in a dark room, and then it slowly turns the lights on and shows you what kind of day it is. But you only get, degrees of light in the process throughout the day. So now that we're at almost noon, we've got about half the day in. So we can look at the volume profile and be like, okay, this is balanced here. That's a good bit of volume down here. Good bit of volume up here that's both been left behind. The top has not, this volume here has not been retested yet. This volume had been retested. So you can see we left. Then this was the retest. Our buyer's still here. The answer is yes. The only way we know that the answer is yes is that price is continuing to move higher now. And now we're going to get up here and it's going to say, are sellers still up here? And if the answer is yes, then it'll go back down into balance. If the answer is no, it'll continue to go higher. So that's all you're really doing is that's all I'm really doing is just trying to follow along with the context of the day, identify spots where I can enter with, controlled risk and try to stay on sides, grab some points. Mike, what's a golden fib? I don't know much about fibs. Yeah, tapering. I don't know. It's a pretty simple thing. It's just like now you can look at it on a volume profile, you can look at it on a TPO chart. Like a good taper is just a thin area of volume at the edges of a volume profile. So that's price quickly going somewhere and then leaving again because there isn't necessarily interest in moving further or in auctioning that part at all. So I tweeted something the other day on the DOM about that low in ES, and you can really see it, buyer aggression just like disappear down there. They just didn't want to sell anymore. So when that happens, price is going to move higher if there are more buyers than sellers. So that's a good taper, that sort of thing. But you can look at it on a volume profile. You can look at it on a delta volume profile. I wouldn't consider this a good taper because there was a buyer that really stepped in right here and showed interest. A good delta volume profile taper would be like, if this was 35, then like 10 here, but yeah, no problem. Oh, 62%. Okay. That's the golden fib. All right, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Why don't I have my volume profile set to when market opens at 4 a.m.? Brian, I don't know what time 4 a.m. is for you, so I don't know what you mean, but this is set to RTH only. So this is 9:30 Eastern to 4 p.m. Eastern time. Why would I set it at 4 a.m.? That seems like an extremely random time. You start your volume profile at 4 a.m. Eastern time? I mean, that's cool, but why? Does anything even happen at 4 a.m. Eastern time? I mean, it might. Like, I have no idea. See, 3 a.m. Eastern time is when I have the London 30-second opening range. Yeah, or the donut shop, too. ETFs open at 4 a.m. That's interesting.
Stowe,
Hey, Jim, what's up, man?
how you doing, man?
Oh, good. Doing quite good.
Very good. Awesome job today.
Thank you. Thank you. I was in a bit of a war down there for a second. We wiggled out of it. We survived. We came out on top.
Yeah, I had faith in you, brother.
Jim, also, chat, do you know that Jim sent me everything that has ever existed from Charleston, South Carolina in a box? Dude, those key lime cookies lasted maybe 4 minutes.
I'll get another order going for you.
Oh man, yeah, the kid, her first reaction was, "Whoa, why are they so small? These should be bigger."
Dude, when you move down here, you gain weight. I mean, you just get bigger.
How could you not? It's awesome.
I don't know.
Dude, we're doing that crab soup and biscuits this weekend. I'll report back. I will send a photo.
Okay, you'll like that. You'll like
Oh
that.
man, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Oh, that's awesome. Fantastic. You know, the question on the London Stock Exchange thing, that's a great question because their daylight savings and ours, we don't jive. So there's like this 2 week period, and someone in the chat called it out. There's just like 2 or 3 week period where they're different. Like, all right,
Yeah.
we're going to start our daylight savings now, and then all right, we're going to wait a while, and then that really messes things up.
Oh no, hold on, chat. No. So, Jacob, no, I didn't take 15-point losses before this trade. Look at this. Just so you can see, everybody can see the execution. Bought here, stopped out, re-entered, and this is scaling. So, bought here, sold one here, bought again, sold again, bought again, sold again, and then finally sold at my actual target, which was this 920 spot. Once we rejected it, that's when I got off of that last contract. So this here was one stop, a full stop. And then other than that, these are all single base hits, building this position down here to get to the final target.
Very awesome. Yeah, and by the way, ETFs, try trading an ETF at night. The bid-ask spread is like 7 million.
Yeah, right. I've never heard of that before, that somebody would start their profile there. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And then not only that, you're going to be routed to an ECN. And it's not a centralized futures market that we come to grow and love.
Exactly. That's my favorite part, man. I mean, I need to see the orders, so yeah.
Anyway, pretty cool. Are you with us this afternoon? No, I think it's Nick and Leo.
Oh no, it's me.
Oh, Stowe times 2.
That's right. Yep, me and the big cat. We'll be back tomorrow too. So finishing this week strong. That's my plan.
Very, very awesome. And tomorrow you're going to be here in the morning.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Love it.
I'm starting to love that Friday morning spot.
Yeah. Me too, man. That's awesome. All right, so we're looking forward to that for sure. Thank you so much for this morning. I will talk to you soon. We're going to do a super quick, because we're running out of time, edge report.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, brother. Thanks.
All right, peace.
All right, really quickly here, I just wanted to point something out. This is why I had confidence in Stowe's trade. I was looking at the Edge Full website today, and I noticed that our initial balance was set at relatively respectful, normal mid, I guess toward the top of the session, but not all the way at the top like we've seen in these trend days. 64.85 at the top, and then approximately 64, 62 and 3/4 at the bottom. And I said, okay, let's talk about initial balance breakouts. And so I looked up the stats. Year to date, we have only a 17.09% of the time have we had a double break, and I'm measuring the double break by a candle close, not a wick, a 15-minute candle close. So we had one here. So we have a single break already. But then we came back down. And I'm thinking, all right, to get a double break, odds are against us. We'd have to get a body of a candle close below here. Now, we still might, I don't know. But now I'm leaning toward, hey, we're not going to do that because of this percentage, among other things. And we're in a bull market. Let's face that. Also, add that to the equation. So that when I was like, all right, so I have confidence in Stowe's position right now because of that stat. So you could use it either way. You could say, all right, listen, I want to be a buyer down here because I don't think we're going to have a candle close down here. Or you could buck the trend and say, hey, if we do get a close down here, then I really want to get short because something unusual is about to happen. So I just thought I'd throw that out as a peace of mind. And we still have some targets too, folks. We're kind of, the point, we have almost 3 points of control. We have one right here where we're at 64.80. We have another one a little bit further north at 84, and then another one further south down here at 71. Relatively tight range. We have the ATR at 71. Our daily range has only been 42 today, so we're way off the pace. We're 59% of the pace. And look at the volume. we're at 93.55% based on a 10-minute bar for 8-day average. So we're still a little bit slow on the go here, even with that big PPI, hot PPI release, as Shai mentioned. All right. A great morning. Appreciate everybody being here with us today for sure. You guys were awesome in the chat. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. We really, really appreciate that. This afternoon, we are going to finish. We are going to come back. Me and Shai, 2:30, hot commodity report, 2:30 East Coast time. Don't get confused with London time. And then we're going to have the Big Cat and Stowe trade the close. So relax, have a great lunch. See you this afternoon. Thanks for coming.